I haven't been on in a minute. But I got my sunlight. Oh my god, I got my sunlight. I think my nose burnt. Some shit. My arms are like a little sunburnt too. You can't even tell. It's a fucking Easter. Yay. It's Easter. I literally went to bed last night like 8 p.m. because I was off. And I immediately woke up at like 4. And I was like, I don't know if I should hop on now or hop on later. But I was like, fuck it, I'm going to hop on now. Because on Monday, I'm going to hop on really early. So I don't want to be up late. Because like if I streamed like 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. or some shit, I wouldn't be able to wake up at 6 p.m., which is when I wanted to wake up. Let me make sure chat is working. This is such a random ass time for me to hop on. I'm not gonna lie. And I'm not gonna be hopping on at this period of time ever, really. Alright, let me check chat. Yeah, I haven't been on live in a minute. Holy shit. I don't know how long this live is going to be because it's Easter, so around like 10 I'll probably have to go to church or something. Oh. Wait, what's this? Was it on that side? Oh, right there. That's perfect. Let me pulled up Fallout. It's about that time to go crazy. What can I say? Let me make sure everything's on. It has been like a week. It's crazy. Yeah, all the scenes have everything on. Okay, bet. Oh, no. I gotta turn it off. Okay. Alright, bet. Let's see what I'm getting myself into.
You know what? Since we talked, I'm feeling swell. Look at the two of us here in Sanctuary. Prepared for
What if I hit him? Takes it like a good boy. Nice. I forgot what I use in. Damn, bro, a week. Holy shit, dude. That's crazy. Stop the Mechanist. How you doing? It's been a while. I've been doing good, bro. I said take a little week breather, but not even because I wanted to, but I was switching up my time frame. Like the time I usually get off, I'll be hopping on now. That's basically what I'm gonna be doing. Like right now it's 5:30, but I'm not gonna be hopping on at 5:30. I'll probably be hopping on at like 7 or 8. I went to bed early as hell last night, so I just immediately woke up and hopped on. What's up though, Evo? You doing good? I might have that shit. That is crazy, bro. It's been a minute. To bed and immediately woke up.
need the password.
I'm gonna hop back into it every day regardless. But the only thing is, there was a time. The time is about to be changed because I was gonna be doing it like late as hell every night, but now I'm like, nah, probably gonna do it like early morning because that shit was making me like wake up so late, bro. I'm like, nah, I'm good on that. What in the hell is that? Bullshit. Give me that fucking meat. Give me that meat. Damn, bro. Just ran out of space. What have I loaded into? I have no space. Oh my gosh. I don't have a dog. Let me get rid of dog armor. I'm a fucking threat. Do whatever I want. This is my area. I'm that close to finding it? It's right there? Yeah, I'm not finding that. No locations for me today. Hell no, I'm not looking for that. Yeah, wait, hold up, I'm not dying. Fuck no. But I've never hopped on stream right when I woke up. Like, I actually feel weird as hell. Waking up and hopping on stream is insane. It's a good start to the day. Punching this shit out of bugs 24/7. No, I don't need that. I only have 4 stim packs. What have I done? I need to like spend like a whole 10 minutes just trading and getting all my stim packs up. I'm fucking like running around with fucking guns, hoping for the best of it, bro. Like the best weapons. They're not good enough. Add that to a bunch of mosquitoes. There's no way I just fucking died, bro. There's no way. What do we have here? Like running around with a glorified super sledge. Let me get like a Grodnak axe. Wait, I'm in hardcore. Let me put it in. Let me put it in survival. What's the difference? Save on travel? Oh my gosh, bro. Save on rest, save on weight, save on travel, save in Pip-Boy. Pip-Boy app enabled. Whatever. No, not very easy. Hard. Extremely hard. Server adds additional challenges, including no fast travel, saving only when you sleep. What the fuck? No fast travel? Yeah, never mind. Fast travel was my favorite thing to do. I must have been like a whole episode going to one location to the other, bro. I don't know.
What? Who's there?
Bro, who gave these fucking huge ass people guns, bro? Here. Like a fucking mammoth. Like, oh yeah, here's a fucking hunting rifle, bro. You'll need that for sure. Like, you could punch 5 holes in a wall with your pinky, dude. Like, you don't need a hunting rifle. Turn this down. There's no way.
Now I'm angry!
Sir. Nope. I don't know for this mission. I need more stim packs. I'm cooked. Don't do that. Oh, that was easy. Oh, they got laser rifles now? I might actually do the... Damn, bro, I forgot that my perk... I was level 41 and then I lost all that. That's the last thing I remember. I lost. Today is nothing serious. I promise. Today is nothing serious. And there's no way. But nah, I've been clocking into work way more than I usually do. I deadass like I think the past week and a half now. It all started on Friday when I hopped off. I've been working like fucking 6:30 to 5:30, bro. Like I've been pulling crazy hours. But I'm not going to be doing that all the time. I just wanted to see what it looked like. Oh, damn. But I'm not going to be doing that, though. I'll probably be doing, like... My schedule's probably going to be 5:30 to 3 or something like that. But I'm pulling, like, 11, 12-hour shifts. But I was just to see what it looks like. I'm not going to lie, bro. I need to get a house. That was my main goal. I've been going house looking. Like, I've been just looking around. I think that'd be cool as hell, bro. Do, like, a house tour and then just dedicate the whole house to just... straight up what I'm doing. Like, every room is different. It won't be big, though. I just gotta make sure there's no asbestos. There's, like, so many things to look at, bro. There's, like, asbestos and shit. Mold. Termites. Super mutants. They all just lay around your house, and you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Oh my god, of course I have no stim packs. Ooh, that's not good. Let me drink this. I'm gonna get the rooted tree perk. I have to, because I'm just standing here right now. And it's actually low-key doing me good. Like, I'm not even doing anything. I just came to the conclusion I don't have to do anything. I just realized that, like, I'm just gonna stand here and hit you over and over again, and you're not gonna be able to do shit because you're dumb and your IQ, like, it's a fucking super mutant, bro. Like, he's green. He can't think, bro.
Nice.
Mr. Gutsy. Ooh. Mm-mm-mm. What in the hell is that? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'm done. I'm out of here. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Come on, get me out of here. Get me out of here. I'm going. No, 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 don't sell me, don't sell me, don't sell me. Oh my god, it's selling me, it's selling me again. It always does this. He's dead. He's gonna shoot me with this fucking laser. Okay, there you go. I'm carrying too much. Oh my fucking gosh. What should I get rid of? Let me just eat all my food. What are we doing? We're just fighting bloatflies, everything at this point. It's like, oh yeah, let's put that one right there. 10 feet over here, 10 feet over there. Oh my gosh, there's no way they're taking these hits. There's no way, bro. What is up with my bats? What's up with my bats? Hmm. Alright, I'm here.
Those super mutants won't be bothering you again.
I guess you were the right person for the job, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, friend. By the way, we've decided to support the Minutemen. We've got to help each other if we want things to get better.
Get the dampening rods. Let's do that. I forgot I'm in the forge. This place is fucked. Like, for real, do not play games in between the time that I'm playing, so I forgot everything that I just did last run through. I'm like, damn. Oh, fuck. But it's weird. I think staying up is actually easier. Staying up is way easier streaming than going to like bed and waking up. I don't know yet. It might be the time frame I wake up, but when I wake up now, I'm like, damn, bro, fucking, how am I more tired when I wasn't on it? I'm gonna quick save that. All right, what did Eco send me? Let's check this out. Oh. I might move to the west just so I am streaming at the same period of time. I don't know why.
Well, well, well. Would you look at that?
I mean, I've heard of this. I heard that this was gonna happen. This is big news, man. Big news. It's the beginning of the stream, so I'm just gonna hop right into it. I want to react. Gotta see what's going on. I heard about the Oblivion remake. We'll see what's going on with that. I think that's pretty cool.
Some images of a supposed remastered version of Oblivion have leaked online, and actually some further details on the game and potentially even its release date have leaked as well. I talked about the Oblivion remake or remaster in a video last week, and many accused me of spreading misinformation. Alright, with that out of the way, yes, the Oblivion remake has leaked once again. If you somehow weren't convinced by some of the past insiders claiming it was real, this time we got the big one. One Reddit user discovered that on Virtuous Games' own website, a bunch of images were uploaded from an Oblivion trailer. Many of these going up earlier today, which does sort of align with the earlier leak saying that this was done by a Paris branch of Virtuous. These were posted in the middle of a Paris workday, and then after they were uploaded for some time this morning, you could just go onto parts of Virtuous's website and access these images, downloading them for yourself, or even just posting them on a bunch of websites. You even find tons of dead links of when people were embedding these all over the internet. Since that, they've started to go down, so now it'll just give you a WordPress install, which is pretty funny, but of course tons of fans save these images anyway. But jokes aside, yeah, I think this is pretty damning that the Oblivion remake is real. I'm certainly convinced after seeing all these images. And right off the bat, a ton of information is confirmed as a result of these. It seems like the official name will be Oblivion Remastered. From the original leak all the way back from summer of 2023, we heard how, at the time, Virtuous Games was still deciding whether to make this a remaster or a remake depending on how much of the game they plan to remake in Unreal Engine 5. Not to fully dive into it here, but basically based off that original leak, this game's being made...
I can't even see the difference. PlayStation 2 looks pretty good. I don't know though. Does look cleaner. I can see the outline. But in PlayStation 2 is pretty ahead of its time considering what was it, GameCube was out or something? I mean, isn't Nintendo Switch 2 like basically PlayStation 2 at this point?
Dive into it here, but basically based off that original leak, this game's being made by layering Unreal Engine 5 over Oblivion's original engine. So the reason things look like a full-on remake, the visuals of this game are absolutely stunning, is because those visuals were fully redone in UE5. But then certain other aspects of the game will feel the exact same because they weren't remade at all. Hence it being kind of a weird remaster/remake depending on which specific feature you're talking about. There's certainly going to be debate over this online. There's some stills from a trailer that will likely drop in the next week or so. This will seemingly be one of those typical Bethesda office trailers because we could see an employee in the offices. There's going to be a deluxe edition of Oblivion, and horse armor is back for this game, and perhaps even a bit more. It's hard to break down what exactly is included in this image, but to me it looks like a Saints and Seducers armor and weapon set, along with of course those horse armors, and it almost looks like there could be more. In the past, deluxe editions from Bethesda have meant gaining a few days of early access to that game. I just can't imagine they would actually try to pull off early access from a shadow drop. Like if you buy the deluxe edition today, you could play today, otherwise you have to wait a few days. But yeah, at the very least, there will be different tiers of Oblivion versions, which definitely makes me think that moddability will be a thing here, but more on that in a moment. So all of these images were discovered on the backend image hosting part of Virtuous's own website. And if you do scroll up slightly, just 2 hours prior to the Oblivion trailer shots going up, we saw a bunch of platform logos get added.
Damn,
notably
that looks
Steam,
good.
Xbox, Game Pass, and PlayStation are here. So many fans are taking this to conclude that Oblivion Remastered will drop on Steam and PS5, but there's no Switch logo. So
I hope it comes out on PS5 because I don't have Xbox One. If it comes up for PS5, that would be clutch. But if not, I have to build a piece. I have to build my PC up to be a gaming PC, or I have to buy an Xbox Series X, which would be insane, bro. Just to spend like 400 or 500 on some shit. Just, I mean, I'd have to play Starfield. I'd have to play Indiana Jones. I think Doom. I think there's a couple Bethesda releases that are only Xbox. But I mean, when it would be good to have though whenever they come out with the Elder Scrolls 6 because it will definitely be coming out for that for sure.
So at least as of right now, there's no evidence from any of these leaks that Oblivion's coming to Switch. But even further, I would say this is sort of weak. These are just unrelated pictures in a bigger folder. Some people are also claiming they could see the PS5 logo here. I'm having a much harder time doing so. So I would say it's probable this is coming to PS5. I wouldn't say it's confirmed as of right now. Included with all of this were a variety of pictures from the game itself, and some of these are super revealing. Some nice 19-year later comparison shots show just how much was overhauled. The lighting is completely different now, and lots of fans are actually pretty upset over this. Some are just hopeful this is a weird time of day thing, but you could just tell the game visually looks different. Assuming this isn't just a very specific time of day for both of these images, things have gone quite a bit more yellow. But further, you can see a lot more foliage around in these screenshots. Look at the amount of grass in the remastered version of the game. The water reflections are properly added in here, and even the sword model looks quite a bit more narrow. Some other leaks mentioned that they had to redo some of the hit reactions for weapons, so I wonder if they had to redo weapon hitboxes and potentially even redid some animations as well. That'd be a pretty big deal. The overall consensus is this game.
Now, this comes out for the Switch. I'm not gonna lie, that'd be crazy. That'd be a big selling point for the Switch too. I always wondered, that was like one of the biggest things I always wanted to know is like why they didn't do Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas or yeah, even Oblivion for, you know, fucking the Switch, because they did Skyrim. If they had the ability to do Skyrim, then they could do Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Oblivion. But of course, Skyrim is just sort of like, I'm pretty sure Skyrim is like a top 10 best-selling game of all time. Like, I'm pretty sure. Like 60 million copies. Like, I think Minecraft has like 200 million or like 500. I don't even know. It's like a lot. I know Minecraft's number 1, but Skyrim's like top 5, top 10 easily, which is a flex for Bethesda. For them to dick eat and not drop shit for 5 years. I mean, at least when you drop, because that's the thing too, is like when the GTA 6 trailer came out, it's like we already know the exact date it came out. So it's like when Elder Scrolls 6 trailer comes out, it's like that was like in 2018. Like, why are we doing that? Like, it's not coming out in any time soon. It most likely won't even come out at the earliest. It'll be 2026. So that's crazy thing. Like 8 years later is like the least. Like, oh, 8 years is the least. Like, what? Like, why are we doing that? Just for them to remaster and put it on the fucking Game Boy, the newest Game Boy in your hand, bro.
The game looks amazing, but the big question is, how does it actually feel? A lot of the leaked images were unfortunately super small, basically being the thumbnail size of that image, so it's hard to break down all that much outside of some of the bigger details of, yeah, it's Oblivion and it looks really good. And if you've never played Oblivion, it looks pretty rough by 2025 standards. It's a very old game and even feels old while you're playing it. These images just look like a massive upgrade over what we had before. I mean, even just this Imperial blurry city looks like it has so much more going on with those lighting overhauls. And this actually isn't the first time Virtuous has leaked major details around this game, as just a few months ago, an employee left up gameplay details on their personal website, which MP first spotted. And things are going to feel somewhat different in the Oblivion remaster, because many things were modernized. Blocking was changed to be more Souls-like or similar to other action games, this suggesting a sort of parry and more of a focus on timed blocks, at least that's what I have to imagine it means. Right now in Skyrim modding, it's super popular to make the blocking and timed blocks a much larger focus of the combat loop, so it'll be interesting to see how this turns out in Oblivion. Sneak got some icon upgrades, while its damage calculations were reworked. Stamina calculation was made easier in Oblivion. When you ran out of stamina, you would more easily get knocked down, but now they made that much harder to trigger. The HUD was made easier to read and more accessible for younger players, and hit reactions and even archery were updated, which is probably good. Oblivion's combat is fairly dated compared to what you have for the average Skyrim player. I think there definitely would have been some issues around expectations for that combat. But okay, the Oblivion remaster leaked. It seems like it's real, at least based off these images. When on earth is this coming out? Well, right now, the rumor is that this is actually not going to have a typical game release cycle, and instead is going to be getting shadow dropped. For a while, there's been back and forth on this, and it really seems like nobody has been certain about what's been going on. But basically, the rumor has been either we're getting a super close trailer, like a trailer just a week or two before the release date, or it would be a full-on hi-fi rush situation where we see the game for the first time, and that same day we're playing it for the first time because it's dropping. And it seems like that shadow drop scenario is becoming increasingly likely here, partly because Todd Howard has been wanting to do something like this since at least 2019.
I like when you really see the game to when it's out is as short as possible.
Yeah.
As short as people will let.
You would go shorter if you could?
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe I'm trying to think what's perfect right now. Maybe a week just to get people excited.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like what the fuck?
As Todd Howard has been wanting to do something like this since at least 2019.
I like when you really see the game to when it's out is as short as possible.
Yeah,
As short as people will let.
You would go shorter
think-
if you could?
Oh yeah.
You could?
Oh yeah.
What?
You would go shorter if
think-
you could?
Oh yeah.
No, that's dead ass. That's funny as hell. All right. My little munchkin prince dropping what he has to do. He's got to do what he's got to do, man. My little Oompa Loompa, he's dropping the Elder Scrolls 6 and 2026 at the least. I'm 39. No, I'm just playing. I'm not 39, but I'm gonna be 39 by the time he drops Elder Scrolls 6. Honestly, no, not Elder Scrolls 6, but Fallout. When he drops Fallout 5, or honestly, I'd rather have Fallout New Vegas 2 than Fallout 5, in my opinion. If they drop Fallout 5, that'd be cool, but Fallout New Vegas 2 would be way cooler just to see what was going on. Or maybe, like, if they could, I don't know what they're going on with the IPs or whatever, with how they buy the old Fallout with the master, but I would love to do a rerun of Fallout 1 where you get to see the master in, like, Unreal Engine. That would be crazy. Just to see, but it probably, I don't know, bro. It basically like watching live leak videos like in real time. Like, I mean, it's gonna be the most graphic game probably ever. Just looking at the master is just a pit of organs and other human beings like piled together into a fucking computer. It's like disgusting, bro, but they will do it.
Well, maybe I'm trying to think what's perfect right now. Maybe a week just to get people excited.
Right.
To have those moments of I saw it. There's some trailers, percolates in your mind, and there.
So as far as when this game is shadow dropping, despite what comments like to say, the release date rumor has basically stayed the same for months now. Most insiders have been claiming April, and even more specifically the back half of April, which really only started today. So we're only now just entering the potential release window according to many of these insiders if they were going to do a shadow drop.
All right, let's update on Oblivion and the shadow drop last week. I think it was last week on this show, Emma.
We were talking about it, yeah.
We were talking about it. Like, oh, yeah, it should shadow
Or what are these last names? Jeff Grubb and Emma Fife.
drop at any moment. I'll give people a week now. The week of April 21st. So basically the last week of this month, next week, essentially.
Yes,
so,
next week.
That it should shadow drop then, which I think other people have said, but I've gotten separate confirmation that that's going to be the case. So
Jeff Grubb is suggesting the week of the 21st for release, which is a timeline Nate the Hate has been saying for weeks now. So yeah, I would expect it then. And based off some of the comments I've read under some of these past videos, I guess
That means if the Oblivion Remaster comes out, the Fallout 3 Remaster is probably real. Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like the Oblivion Remaster and Fallout 3 Remaster is like, that would be the top. I mean, I think, isn't there like a Fallout New Vegas mod remaster? I don't know if that's actually like a mod or real or not, but I think it's because one of my friends at work told me about that. He said there was like his buddy had the Fallout New Vegas mod where it basically is like up to date completely. I really do hope though that they put Fallout 3 or Oblivion on the Switch, because I mean, I don't think I got Skyrim on the Switch at all downloaded. That was one of the things I wanted to get right when I got it, but it was like, I already have it for Xbox 360, so it's like, whatever. Play OG mode. That'd be a big flex, though, if they actually put that on the Switch. Like, I'm not going to lie, I would actually buy the Switch if Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, or Oblivion were on it for sure. The only other reason I'd get the Switch is when I do the Dark Souls run through, because they have a Bloodborne 2. I think it's like Blood Dust or something, Dust Blood. And that one's supposed to be really good, but it's supposed to be exclusive.
I do need to clarify that the week of the 21st doesn't actually mean April 21st, but any of the days in that week, probably days after April 21st. As of right now, Thursday the 24th.
Yeah, I don't feel like it could get shadow drop this week. That would be crazy. If it gets shadow dropped, I'm immediately gonna delete like half of my stores just to download it. If it comes out for P5, I'm just gonna immediately. I'll probably delete like, what games do I have? Let's see here. I can't delete this. I'll probably get rid of Batman Arkham Knight for the time being. Brawlhalla, Fortnite. I probably have to get rid of God of War because I haven't played that much. Marvel Rivals, The Incredibles. I probably should get rid of Skyrim because I don't even like. I'm not even gonna be playing when I do my Skyrim run through. I'm not even gonna be playing on P5. I'm gonna be playing on Xbox 360 on some OG timing. I hope to God it comes out all platforms, but I mean, if it doesn't, I would actually think that would be a selling point for the Xbox because I think that was one of the problems they had with they like because like when you think about the Xbox Series X, you know, like there's a couple exclusive, but like they're not really selling point exclusives. Like if Elder Scrolls 6 really did come out when it was supposed to come out, then I mean that would have been a big selling point for just getting the Xbox in general. Like I want to get the Xbox, but it's like, do I really want to get Starfield or like Indiana Jones? They're not bad, but it's not really. And then Halo sort of fell off too. It's like Xbox, honestly, if they make this an exclusive Xbox drop, that would just be smart business wise. Like I'd understand why they would do that because it's like now everyone who loves Bethesda games, like, you know, Elder Scrolls, like I'm going to get Oblivion remake. I'm going to have to get an Xbox or get a gaming PC, try to upgrade my PC. It is coming out on PS5. It was leaked. Oh, that's a bet. Yeah, that's good for me. That's not good for Xbox though, because that's good for Bethesda though. In general, I think the Oblivion remaster would be crazy, but I don't know though if because Dark Lord Revan he saw when I was in the Oblivion, like back when I first played Oblivion. Like I played Oblivion.
Fourth seems like the most.
Like I played Oblivion. I played the old version though on Xbox 360. So if I do the remaster, should I just get rid of all the old videos I have, and then hop back into a new setting remastered? Cause these are old as hell. What is that? Like this is old.
Cool. You're gonna die. Oh shit! Oh my god! She just died. Damn.
But that's why my mic was horrible. It makes sense because Oblivion was on PlayStation, so they need a remaster too. Yeah, that's the thing too. Is like all the OG Bethesda games are sort of like on multi-platform type of thing, so it just makes sense. That's where it sort of was like, I don't know how Xbox is sort of formed, but Xbox does have its like qualities though, comparably to PS5. It just sucks because I always rooted for Xbox. I had Xbox 360, Xbox One. I even had the original Xbox, and I just wish they would like make more like selling points with exclusives where it's just like, oh, you don't want to buy our console, but we have all these games that you would want. Like, and most of those games are taking 5 years in the making to make right now. But I mean, P5, I don't know what else they have. I don't know. I don't think there's anything else they have that Xbox has other than God of War and fucking Spider-Man 2. They have a bunch of other stuff too, but they're done for now. I mean, we're on to the new generation. Nintendo Switch 2 just came out. So in the next like 3-4 years, they might be making PS6 or, because it's been about, in 3-4 years. Yeah, probably like 8 years. So every 10 years almost, they usually make a new console. So it's coming up pretty soon. Sorry, 2025. They'll be on to the next.
Likely candidate for when the Oblivion remaster will be shadow dropping. Although I do have to imagine this all leaking, because this feels like a fairly sizable leak even by Bethesda standards, and even for the Oblivion remake, could affect things. I mean, this game is leaked so many times now that it feels like any surprise that was potentially there is just kind of gone now. So I wouldn't be shocked if Bethesda actually changes their plans and potentially does have a trailer come out, or maybe just moves the release date up entirely. But that's all to say that if they're just sticking to that shadow drop plan, it's very likely that we won't hear anything until next Thursday, where the game will just...
I feel like Xbox might go to the Sega route in the future and just make games and focus on PC. Yeah. I think because like the most recent console, when you think about Xbox One and Xbox One Series X and PS5, it sort of just like decided their fate almost. Like, because before that, Xbox One and PS4, I thought they had a good competition. There's always been a competition, but I think Xbox 360 beat the PS3 in my opinion. Like, it was just so much better to play on the Xbox 360. But in the Xbox One and PS4 area, it was sort of like dead tie in my opinion. I thought it was, because I had both consoles. I thought they had their pluses and minuses. But in the Series X, it's just like, because I think my friend has a Series S, and I don't know if the Series X makes it different, but it just looks all the way damn near the same. I mean, you get better Game Pass, you get probably higher graphics, higher run rates and shit, but it's just like PS5 has like a lot of new shit, whole new entire dashboard on it as well, and new games to play on. But yeah, they probably will go the PC route. I mean, I feel like they're closer to the PC than the PS5 is. Like, the PS5 is like a console more focused on that area, and then the Xbox is sort of working with its own little thing. I mean, doesn't Microsoft own Xbox? If they do, then they technically have the best-selling game ever. I mean, they get Minecraft, so I guess they're winning in that. But Xbox is too much cross-platform.
Come out. So if all of a sudden things go quiet, that doesn't mean it's all fake. It just means it's shadow dropping, like people have been saying for months now. One of the big questions around...
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, bro, the Switch 2. Bro, I've been thinking about that. In the past week, I was like, there's no way that, like, I mean, it probably will do good as fuck, but it's like the selling point of the Switch is that it's affordable, and it's just there. Like, it's a good necessity to have. And then it just are like, oh, it's going to be $500, and every game's going to be $90. Like, it's like, wow. It makes everything completely change the whole aspect. I think that there'll still be a good console, but I don't think it's going to be as bad as when the Wii U came out. When the Wii U came out, I don't think it's going to be like that, but I think it's going to be like in between the sales of that and the 3DS. Like, it's not going to be better than the Switch. I don't feel like the Switch 2 is going to outsell the Switch, because the Switch and the Wii are probably the best selling consoles, and the Game Boy, and DS. But talking about like consoles, like Wii and Switch are probably like top of Nintendo's builds, other than the older consoles, but they outsold all those nowadays. The Switch 2 though, I don't see it going past the 3DS in sales. It will still be probably like the top 3 or 4 consoles they ever, like, in sales wise, but I just don't think there's no way it could top the Switch with how much it costs and the prices, and the idea that you don't even really own the game. It's like a key card. It's like, I don't know. It's starting a trend of $90 games. That's gonna suck, bro. I hope to God they don't, bro. I think whatever happens though, if people really do buy this to the point where it's like, this is like, oh my God, this is like the best, like everyone gets it, they're all buying it, it outsells everything else, to the point where it's like like other consoles are like, damn, this is outselling us. Like, we might have to start doing $90 a game and just like start taking everything into our own hands. It's gonna mess up the whole entire framework of all the games. I mean, because that's the thing with like PS5 and Xbox is they really built their sales off of like doing like passes, like game passes. And I think I have like, I don't even know what it's called, PlayStation Plus or something, but it's like passes, like you just pay monthly and you get free games. But with the Switch, it's like a whole nother story where it's like Even most of these games go on deals and stuff, but the Switch doesn't even like $90. Like, good luck getting that shit on deal, bro. That shit's insane. And it has less graphics too. Like, I think what the Switch does though, and the Nintendo in general, is like it's more exclusive. Like, everything's exclusive. Like, you won't see a fucking Zelda on a PC unless you're like, like pirating it. And good luck. That's the thing too, is like if you wanted to stream it, you can't stream playing. I couldn't stream playing a pirated game. I'd be cooked. So that's why I already have a Switch regardless. But that's where they get you at, is like everything is exclusive. They have everything. I don't even think it puts their games on sale. Yeah, and when they do, it's rare. Whenever, because on my Switch, they'll have something on sale where it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, it was the Batman Arkham Trilogy. It came out for like $60. It's like, bro, these games are old. Like, I can go on Xbox right now or PS5. I get those games. I could go to GameStop and get those games for deadass like $2, $4. Like, I go over to Nintendo Switch. They're selling all three of them $60. They ran a deal on it. It was like $30, and I just got a gift card. I was like, okay, let me get that. That's why I gave away, because for my birthday when I got that gift card, I just gave it away because it was like, I'm not even gonna use it no more. It's just like, there's no point in spending it. I just give it away. Too many Switch games. I'm just on about Nintendo made games. What I love about Nintendo games is Zelda. I like Mario, but Zelda's probably one of my favorite games of all time. Of course, on the Switch and Nintendo in general. I mean, I could mod my Switch, but I'd much rather, like, when I had my 3DS, I modded that because it's a lot easier to not get bricked.
Around this game is mods. If this truly is using that leaked dual engine setup with Unreal Engine 5 over Gamebryo, can you even mod this game? And honestly, as of right now, we have no idea. But with how much of Bethesda's business model seems to be moving towards paid mods for their games, I just have to imagine something around this will be coming. And I could see that being a really big deal. Like, yeah, sure, we get the first proper Bethesda remaster, which in its own right is a really big deal. But then if that launches a whole new modding scene and even new modding possibilities around Oblivion that simply weren't possible before, although part of this would likely be paid mods and potentially even DLC-sized paid mods from the community, I just have to imagine all of that happening would change things or create an interesting dynamic with this remake. No matter what happens with the Oblivion remaster, the fact that it seems to be very real now, we are kind of entering into a new chapter of Bethesda Game Studios. For the better part of the past decade, or really 2 decades, they've been very anti-remaster. Now we're getting one, and based off this leaked roadmap, they had plans to do a second one just a couple of years.
What? So their plans were to drop Starfield in 2021. That did not go well. I don't think Redfall came out in 2021. Indiana Jones, oh my gosh, bro, that came out in 2024. I think it did. I think it came out at the end of 2024. That's crazy though. They had it all planned out. Oh my gosh, bro. Imagine having it planned out like this. Like, bro, it's 2024. Starfield 2021 came out in 2023. Indiana Jones came out 2024. So I could just imagine Elder Scrolls is easily 2026 or 2027 for sure. There's no way around it. It's definitely 2027, 2026. Like, it'll probably be the end of 2026 too. What else was on here? Doom. Oblivion Remaster. Wow. Because that's this year. Damn. They really are late on that shit. That's bad.
later. Based off the Fallout TV show's release, it seems like things have only moved up as far as timelines for Fallout games go, so overall I think this is going to be a really important time to pay attention to this company. And of course, I have to mention Oblivion here. This is a fan-made recreation of Oblivion in Skyrim's engine, which is a full and proper remake that will have full-fledged modability, so even if things don't fully pan out with this Oblivion remastered, maybe if you don't love the game or what they did with the remake, we do have Oblivion dropping later this year either way. And to make matters particularly unfortunate, I was literally going to fly to hang out with some of these Oblivion devs on the 24th. So now it's looking like the Oblivion remastered release will literally force me to cancel. I think I owe them some beers.
Hmm. What eco? What else did eco send me? What was it? Recheck. They really took that long to drop these games. It's crazy. They just planned it out a little bit better. I don't rush it. Well, Fallout leaks.
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today. I hope you're all doing absolutely excellent. And if you're a fan of Bethesda, I mean, you should be doing absolutely excellent. It's been raining leaks and rumors for the Oblivion remake, and now we got Fallout leaks and rumors to talk about. Not only are we getting into Fallout 3 Remastered, which based on what we saw yesterday from the Oblivion Remaster, is likely more of a remake, but also we're going to be talking about Fallout Season 2, where a bunch of set photos have leaked, and it's going to give us a lot to speculate on. But indeed, the first part of this conversation is actually building off of yesterday's gameplay screenshot leak for the Oblivion remake. It's going to give us a lot to talk about on what the Fallout 3 remaster can end up looking like, what changes I hope to see, but also when are we getting this thing, which is the most concrete piece of information we have after officially seeing the Oblivion remake. So ladies and gentlemen, a lot to talk about in the world of Fallout today. No doubt next week will be all Elder Scrolls constantly, so welcome and welcome all. If you're a Fallout fan, I mean, you know how absolutely sickening I am with this franchise. Consider subscribing. Let's start off with the smaller part of the conversation, Fallout 3 Remaster. So, first question is, when's it arriving? Well, the FTC leak that we got a few years ago is...
So basically, you just look at it and go, okay, 2022, that's going to be 2025. 2023, that's going to be in 2026. 2024, that's going to be 2027. 2026, around that range. It's literally just 2 years before. I don't understand. I could just see someone putting it in their notes right now. Just putting it in and being like, yeah, we're going to do this, do that. Yeah. Like, I could actually understand that, though. Where you just put it in your notes and just are like, yeah, this is definitely going to happen this year. Like, and then they post it online to everyone to see, just to be like, nah, it's like a 2-year radius extra. Like, how many people do they have? Like a fucking 2 classrooms worth of people or some shit? I mean, this is a multi-millionaire. They might be damn near I don't even know how much Bethesda's worth, but I know they're worth hundreds of millions, tens of millions or something like that. You could afford more people to add into devs and stuff to keep it building. Keep it like a small little piece of fucking work. Little cult-like fan base or some shit. They only have 20 people working for them. Really makes sense. They gotta drop Fallout 76 too, though. I don't know why that's not even on this list.
More legitimate than ever, because on there we did see the Oblivion remaster, and based on the leak we saw on Virtuosa's website yesterday, it is indeed being called Oblivion Remastered, and it is a real project. Now, on that same FTC document, 2 years after...
Never mind, announced it at Xbox Showcase in June. Oh, that's cool. I'm going to make sure to check in on that. In June is April. So that's in 2 months. Hopefully it's the beginning. Actually, no, damn, it's April 20th. It's 420. Easter's on 420. Is it Easter for y'all? It's 420. Is it Easter today? Damn, Easter really does. Damn, it is Easter. I don't keep up with holidays other than Christmas. I don't even know what day it is for Valentine's Day.
The Oblivion remaster was Fallout 3 remastered. And one of the key leakers behind Oblivion remake or remaster, what the hell ever you want to call it, I don't know, man. It does not look like a remaster to me. So I feel like I got to keep calling it remake. But nonetheless, one of the key leakers behind Oblivion was Nate the Hate, who gave us the release window. It was corroborated by VGC. He's been on top of it all. And he's also talked about what's next for maybe Virtuos, but Bethesda certainly when it comes to the remakes and remasters. And that is Fallout 3. When asked just yesterday if it's still happening, he says it's planned, but won't be for a while. And someone else asked him, have you heard anything regarding the Fallout 3 remaster? And he says, it'll be a while before we see it. Now, in the terms of narrowing it down, not only do we see in the FTC document that it's about 2 years after the Oblivion remake / remaster, but also Nate the Hate is saying a similar thing as early as April 1st, that Oblivion is coming first, which would be this year. It's getting shadow dropped as soon as next week.
Quick math. It's like I just see something from Bethesda. I'm like, okay, so technically speaking, this one was like 1.5 years before this one, and then it's like I'm literally like planning it out before they are. But of course though, you never know. It could come that year. It could come fucking 5 years later. But it's usually around 2 years after whatever they announced. What they announced, I think it lasts through 2024. So I'd say it had to be 2024. I don't know. I don't think they even had 2025 even on the list yet. I think 2024 was as far as they went. I'd love to see what they're all the way to 2030. I'm not gonna lie though, if I see Fallout before 2028, I'm gonna be pretty upset. But of course, they're not gonna drop Fallout, the newest Fallout, anytime soon. That's not gonna happen. We'll have season 4 of the Fallout TV show, and they drop those every 2 years before we'll see any new Fallout game at all. I need to watch leaks on that too. I think they have some new information on season 2.
But also Nate the Hate is saying a similar thing as early as April 1st, that Oblivion is coming first, which would be this year. It's getting shadow dropped as soon as next week, and that Fallout is maybe in another 2 to 3 years. Now, obviously, projects change, plans change. If we go back to the Project Alter leak from Reddit, we know that this was kind of a project that as they were working through it, it was described as
Yeah, I don't understand why they would do that. Why would you hype people up? The TV show is not bad, but it's like, I don't even understand it from a business aspect where it's like, you literally are dropping one of the, when I looked at it at, was it on? It's on Amazon Prime. It's one of the top shows on Amazon Prime. Like, I think it got a high ass rating too on IGN or whatever. And what do? You just let all your games sit. You're not even going to hype up like anything else. Like, there should be a indefinite, like, you should definitely remaster Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, whatever you have to do. You have to remaster the fuck out of your games or have a new game on the way or something. Like, you need to be dropping stuff because like you're literally just playing around. Because who knows what this season could bring. This season could be like like some shows have really good first seasons. They might not pop up in season 2. But if it turns into the next Stranger Things, Invincible, or The Boys, and that's good, they could hold it out for a little bit. But I think they should really hype up a new Fallout game because it just makes sense, like business wise, and like all eyes are on them almost. Where, like what's next from Bethesda? What are they gonna do with Fallout? You have a whole TV show that's one of the best TV shows on Amazon Prime, and in general too. Like, it's not even a bad show. Like, I'm pretty sure it has higher ratings than some of the shows. Like, I think Walking Dead. Like, I think it's higher than some of the other. Of course, not Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad's one of the top fucking shows of all time. But they need to dead ass clutch up. Like, I don't understand their like ideas, bro. Like, how does it take 2 decades to drop a game? It's fucking like, and then you drop something that not gonna lie, bro. I waited 2 decades. I'm gonna be disappointed, bro. Oh my god. Yo, I actually just realized I'm not even just exaggerating. It's really been 2 decades since they dropped Elder Scrolls. When they dropped Skyrim, that was like what, 2011? So it's 2025. If they're supposed to drop in 2026, it's really been a decade and a half, like damn near 15 years. Bro, someone got born on 2011, and that motherfucker is 1 more year away from prom right now as we speak. He's about to be old enough to drive a car. He was born when Skyrim came out, and now he's able to drive a car down the road and wreck it into a tree or a house. That's how long it's been since they've dropped a new game. They've just been remastering. That's crazy.
They weren't sure how much into the remake category they were going to go into. Now looking at the visuals, before I even see the gameplay, how dialogue works, facial animations, that sort of thing, and of course combat, it feels like they've gone more into the remake territory. Now, we don't know if that's added a lot to their development timeline, but based on that post, they already said it would be, late 2024 or early 2025. Again, depending on what direction they went in. So Fallout 3, if he's using the terminology of like planned, like this is on the docket, I imagine this is going to be Virtuoso's next project. They've kind of found a home in these sort of Shadow of the Colossus style remakes. Like we already know they're doing Metal Gear Solid 3 later this year, and that's a pretty much faithful remake of that game. What we're seeing with Oblivion does seem to change things up a lot more, at least on a visual front, compared to what MGS.
Let me just say, I appreciate his background. Like, holy shit, bro. That's how I want my background. Like, arcade system. I mean, the way he has all these games set up into a fucking cabinet is insane. I don't have that many games, but that's how I would want to keep them in my background. Collectibles. And the wallpaper too in the back. I cannot wait until I get my house. I'm going to do a house tour and I'm going to just build it up. It's going to be a whole period of time, but it's going to be like a whole year before I can even think about getting it. It's going to be a cheap house because I live in South Carolina, so houses are cheap. But I'm going to get a decent house, nothing too crazy, probably like 1,000 square feet, and just build the fuck out of it. Make it my own personal little, my own little cave where I could loiter around and just marinate in its essence.
Is doing, but also when we looked at that gameplay leak of how blocking works, how stamina works, how archery works, the UI changes, it looks like it's going to be a more substantial change / remake compared to the work they're doing with MGS3. So with all that in mind, and you go to Fallout 3, obviously first and foremost is it's going to be really interesting to see what that game looks like with modernized graphics. It was a game that when I first played it, many of you know this, but I hated Fallout 3, which is hilarious to think about now. It's a top 3 game of all time for me, but I hated Fallout 3 the first time I played it. I thought it was ugly, I didn't get it, thought it was boring, put it down. Friend in middle school convinced me to try it again, bought the Game of the Year edition, and the rest is obviously history. Just fell in love from there. But Fallout 3 is a very brown video game, and I'm curious if they go the opposite way, because one thing we saw in the Oblivion remake is they kind of lowered the saturation in certain screenshots, potentially. Some have argued, and I think it's a fair argument, that it's like the time of day that the screenshot was taken in, but there's definitely a lesser amount of color in exchange for more foliage, more rocks, more environmental clutter, that sort of thing. But no denying that they kind of grounded a little bit of Oblivion's fantasy feel into a more realism-driven game. Again, just on the visual front, based on what little screenshots we've seen. With Fallout 3, I'm curious if they go the opposite way. We've seen Bethesda Game Studios and their creators from the Creation Club do I covered it in a whole video where they did the whole GNR radio plaza for Fallout 3 in Fallout 4, and it was strange to see Fallout 3 with like such vibrancy. And I feel like that's the direction that Fallout 3 as a remake would be taken in, is it would be a lot more vibrant. Like the skies would be a lot less green. I think the buildings.
But I don't know about that though. I think when they rebuild and remaster it, it has to have, like, of course it could have the same engine and stuff, but I think it needs to have. I think it needs to have the green sky and make it like just desolate. Like, it doesn't mean the graphics could be off or anything. I generally don't give a fuck. I'd rather have the same feel, but just better graphics and better textures on it. I think it would come out a lot better. But it just comes back down to I mean, like with the Talon company and stuff like that, it like I just noticed where's
less
that the
green.
light?
I think the buildings and how they like such full video, the remake would be.
Like where's it at? There's this light right here that's straight from Fallout 4.
And I feel like that's the direction that Fallout.
Like that light right there, that's from Fallout 4. If that's I do not want to see that in Fallout 3. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if that's specifically in Fallout. I forgot. It's been a month since I played it, but I don't remember that being in Fallout 3. I just don't like the feel of that. I'd honestly rather put on my flashlight. If it's dark as fuck, I'm gonna put on my flashlight. I just want the feel of Fallout 3 when I replay the remaster.
3 as a remake would be taken in is it would be a lot more vibrant. Like the skies would be a lot less green. I think the buildings and how they just appear would be a lot more diverse. Fallout 3 is a very unique art style, and I'm a little conflicted on how, if they clean it up, that would feel, because so much of my favorite thing about that game is its atmosphere. But no doubt by next week, when we play Oblivion Remake, it's going to inform us a lot on how far Bethesda might go with a Fallout 3 remake. So no doubt we will circle back around to this topic. But when you look at the FTC leak, what Nate DeHate is saying, it seems like this is up next, and it'll get on the train now. We're going to be talking about this for years and years. And when that starts to ramp up, if you guys thought I was bad with Oblivion, look, Oblivion was my first true BGS experience, and some people were complaining how much I was talking about that. Do you get it when I get a remake of like my favorite game of all time? If you thought I was bad with Oblivion, and that's like a top, I'd say 15 game for me, just you wait. Just you wait. It's gonna be awful for you. But now let's move on over to season 2 of Fallout, because for those of you who don't want anything spoiled, this is a pretty good time to click off the video.
Wait, what? 7 minutes in the video. I forgot this whole video was supposed to be for Fallout leaks. I don't know if it's exactly games, but I know that remasters. They're gonna focus on Oblivion, but I don't know if Fallout. Where's it at? Patience is key. Keywords here. Patience is key. Oh man. Bro, I'm gonna have a family, bro. I'm about to have a family. I'm about to have kids, and they're gonna grow up. I'm gonna be like, Dad, why did you wait this long? Why don't you play the baseball with me? I'm just like, sorry, man. I just couldn't help you out, bro. I just had to wait. Just be patient, because the remaster's coming, and who knows, by the time I die and you have kids of your own, then maybe we'll get another Fallout game. Just wait. Patience. And it just works, you know? It just fucking works.
But for those of you who are cool about knowing what's maybe going on with Fallout Season 2, who's going to appear, great news for you if you're out there chanting Ave, true to Kaiser, because, ladies and gentlemen, the Legion is back, as we can see here.
What? They're about to have the Legion back? That's like the one thing I was waiting on when they actually dropped the next season. Bro, they have to have the Legion in there, bro. Like, I don't know what they're gonna rate the TV. This season might be. I mean, of course, last season, of course, was graphic, but I mean, if they show any crucifixions in this season, like you go by the Nipton, it's over with. Like the Nipton's gonna immediately be like rated R. Fucking, you gotta be 30 years old in order to watch this. Like, it's. Imagine they have Oliver Swanson or Boxcars in there. That'd be crazy. But I think this is based after that, so if they show the NCR though next, then who knows who won. I think it might be just a stalemate again. Like they're like, oh, the second war was a tie. That might make sense.
In this set photo, all of the Legion is there. We can also see this one here that someone sniped on what they described as their morning walk, which I would lose my mind. Like, how are you so casual about that? I would lose my mind. I'd be like, yo, that's the Legion. What's going on? We also got this shot here. It's the NCR, and that is the same exact outfit from New Vegas.
Damn. Okay. The only thing left, maybe Great Cons. Or NCR Ranger, where the cover of the New Vegas. I just want to see that too. If that popped up, that would be so cool. I guess this might be the new Legion because there's no way the choreo that Chazawol live. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I think I want to see if Kaiser's there. I don't think. I mean, he also had a brain tumor too, so it was like, if this is based, I think around 20 years after his whenever the courier came through, 20 years later, bro, in real time, bro, you're probably not gonna make, like, Kaiser probably wouldn't live 20 more months, 20 more weeks with a brain tumor, bro. Like, good luck, bro. In this wasteland, I mean, then again, you could take a stim pack and re-heal your fucking mutilated organs and fucking bullet holes. Like, you don't need a band-aid, you just need a stim pack. But a brain tumor is a whole nother level. I like to see if Kaiser pops up, that would be crazy. I don't think they're gonna put him in there. I feel like Mr. House might still be alive somehow. I think, yeah, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. I hope they don't even play into the fact that this is 20 years later. Because if they don't play in the fact of that, I mean, still, it would mess up the time and date of, like, what we're doing here. Like, there's a whole calendar effect of what's going on. Like, oh, yeah, 20 years later, bro. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, they're definitely not here. But if none of that, if the courier just didn't exist, I guess, in this world, then, I mean, it would be cool as fuck, though. If they talked about that, they're like, yeah, wait. They have Novak. Oh my gosh, what the fuck? Bro, we're dead ass. If I see Boone, but they have real people in here that are just like, if I see Boone in here, that would be insane. Like, if I just see real life, like, oh, there he is right there, like, just talking to fucking Lucy or whoever he's talking to, like, what? That's insane, bro. Just seeing that in real time in season 2. I get pissed off though, cause my friend watches the last season. He never played Fallout. He'd be like, who the fuck is Boone? I'm like, bro, like, let's put you on a fucking historical document real quick. I'm about to teach you, my boy. Oh. I already had Del Barton. Bro, I remember killing him not accidentally. I killed him 3 times. I think you were there, Evo. I think you were the one who told me, like, why are you killing him? But that was funny as fuck. Yeah, Del Barton. Random heroic Jesus. He's basically him at this point. He pops up though, that'd be a fan favorite though. That'd be crazy. I think if they really want to get down to it, they got Oliver Swanson and Boxcars too, like the Powder Gang. Or like, you go crazy. You won the fucking lottery, but I don't even know how that would play in. None of that would happen in real time on the season 2. That would not happen. They wouldn't just, like, it wouldn't be in the perspective of the courier. So who knows what we'll see? It will be either after, or they won't even exist. They'll just be dead, and we'll just see the factions that they were in instead. But I do hope, since they do have Novak, I do remember Novak was popped up in there. If they have Boone in there, that'd be insane. That'd probably be like, I mean, this is just already, I don't know. I think season 2 is going to be better than season 1 by a long mile. Because, like, it just comes back down to just what really happens in the games. Like, New Vegas would make it a whole nother. They're not going to touch the East. And I don't know what they're going to do in season 3. I mean, if season 2 is New Vegas, I mean, I'd honestly rather see in season 3 the aftermath of the Master and the Cathedral than see them go all the way down to fucking Commonwealth or Capital Wasteland. Capital Wasteland would be cool, but Commonwealth, I mean, I'm good on that right now. I mean, you can't make that in season. That's like a 2-season build up. I don't know, like 3-4 season build up. We need a lottery Easter egg in the show. Yeah, that would be cool as hell. Like, it was just laying on the ground. Like, there's a bunch of them. I think if they show Nipton, because they have Novak, and I don't know if I don't remember seeing Good Springs though. But I mean, we're watching it right now, so I have no idea. I haven't watched this video yet, but I didn't know that the Legion or the NCR were already in here. I just knew that Novak was in here before I watched this video. So Novak is a big one. But they have Good Springs, Boulder City. I mean, even Jacobstown would be crazy too. I think that's also a thing too, is like when they put a super mutant on camera, it's gonna be a whole nother feel. Like the Farragouls were cool, but I want to see more like in a Deathclaw. I think this season might actually be the best season of like. I think if season 2 lives up to what I think it could, this might be my favorite show of fucking all time. I'm not gonna lie, just for the fact that it could touch down on different things. I mean, I love The Walking Dead, season 2 to season 6. Season 1 was good too. I don't like anything after season 8. Season 7 was cool, but I mean, it sort of got like, it became like I know a lot of people like The Flash, the TV show The Flash, but The Flash is not that. It reminds me of the same feel of The Flash, where it's just like some opera fucking superhero movie. Like, it's a TV show. Like, it's cool. I never really got into The Flash. I just thought it was corny. It just reminds me of some like with the budget. I was like, it's all right. But yeah, if they touch down on the cities though, it's over with. Super Mutants, Deathclaws, Rad Scorpions, Nightkin, yeah. Then that's it. It's over with. They just made my favorite. They just made my favorite TV show of all time. Oh, we see the other Super Mutant, the Nightkin. Yeah, that's what I just said. I think was it Tabitha? Yeah, Tabitha and Marcus. Jacobstown would be crazy. Bro, I mean, like, how much lore are they touching down on in here, bro? Like, they could deadass dedicate another season. I hope, honestly, I think their best bet. Let's touch down back on New Vegas too. Like, let's do, like, right now. Bethesda, you listen to me? Make New Vegas too. Everybody wants New Vegas. I think, honestly, if a new Fallout game came out, everyone would much rather have New Vegas 2. Or, honestly, I wouldn't mind a Fallout 1 remaster into the engine. Or maybe just a new game that was based in that area with the Master there in the Cathedral. But I think the West is where it's at. And you need to make Fallout 5 or Fallout New Vegas 2 in that area. I think everyone can agree with that. In my opinion, I just feel like New Vegas 2 is like I don't want to see fucking, what's fucking next? Rhode Island? Like, fuck Rhode Island, right? You know? If you live in Rhode Island, I'm sorry, but like, I don't care about the East at all. Like, I live in the East. Like, I want to see the West. The West is where everything bad happens and it's just dark and it's actually interesting and more, it's like a nightmare. It's a real horror game. It just makes sense. I think they base it in the West with California. I mean, you can't go wrong with California and New Vegas and, New Mexico area. I think those areas are very interesting.
So I look at that, and the first question you ask is, based on what we saw in season 1, like, the NCR is in a pretty piss poor state.
Yeah, bro, they'd have to. If they remastered, because that's the thing, Obsidian needs to touch back down into like the RPG elements of it. I think that's where Bethesda's not bad, but they forget it's an RPG, bro. Like, I want to be able to have the power in my hands where I just fuck up and I face the consequences of it. like everything you do matters. I hope they can do that in the next game, because I'm not gonna lie, honestly, bro, if they hold out on it because they're just fucking it up, it's whatever, bro. Honestly, like, but touch back in with Obsidian. I think Obsidian, I remember this. Obsidian, I watched this. Obsidian hit them up for a New Vegas 2 back in like 2010s, like after Skyrim, I think before Fallout 4, around that range, and they denied them. So, you know, it's Bethesda doing this right now. Bethesda's the one being like, nah. They're like hype beasts. Like, Bethesda's treating their video games like fucking, like Playboy Cardi or something. Like, we're going to drop, or like Kendrick Lamar, we're going to drop, like, you're not a music. You can't just drop every 4 or 5 years. Like, we need new shit now, bro. But you can do it. I mean, the hype is there, but if the TV show is just outselling everything else, bro, like Elder Scrolls 6, I hope it's good. But of course, everyone's expectations on Elder Scrolls 6 is not going to be, it's just going to be a letdown in mental, because it's like, we've been waiting for so long. I expect like Jesus just coming down and picking me up and holding me in his arms like a baby. But instead, like, fucking running around with mud pigs and shit. Like, it's cool, bro. But they just need to hold off on it. They can't clutch up, I guess.
Right? So, is this a flashback? My guess is yes, because the key thing that I want you all to pay attention to as we go through a lot of these set photos is the cleanliness of the outfits, the cleanliness of the props. Now, obviously, editing...
yeah, bro. In New Vegas, that really set the bar, was the fact that, and in 3 too, was that when your shit you get hit, your weapon, everything is not really there. Like, you could fuck up and lose it because you broke it. That's the problem with that's the one problem with 4, is that, like, when I got a weapon, it's like, oh, cool, I'm gonna have this forever. Like, I could hit everybody with it over and over again. My armor never breaks. Nothing ever breaks. I'm in hardcore mode. I'm in, like, very, very hard, and it still doesn't break. I think survival might be different, but I don't know, though. I didn't want to try survival because no fast travel. I don't like that. I didn't like that at all. No fast travel is not where I'm trying to head into.
Can do its thing, post-production can do its thing, but when you look at the NCR here, like, that armor's clean, that armor's slick, very nice looking. Same thing even with the Legion. So as we've seen with prior set photo leaks for season 2 of Fallout, a lot of it has been, for example, the strip, but a lot of the props for the strip, especially as we're going to show you here in a moment here, are very clean. They even like did cars, like Corvega cars that were very clean as well. They're doing all this because they're going to flip back and forth between pre-war, or at least some sort of flashback sequence, and what's happening now. I mean, we know what happened to the New Vegas Strip based on the final credit scene for season 1. Obviously, we also saw that the NCR is very scattered. Now, something Todd Howard and a lot of the Fallout TV crew has been saying is that, you know, the NCR can be prominent in different areas. So it's also possible that the NCR is in...
I did like it regardless, because I was always a trader, so I could always come up with the caps. Like, I would just pick up every item that had any type of value. Like, oh, it's 50 caps, boom, taking it, and just trade it up and just keep rebuilding whatever you have. I like that aspect of it. But yeah, there should be an option to turn it off. I have very hard. I think I always pick the hardest mode, but Fallout 4 is the only one I didn't do because of no fast travel. I didn't like that. But I mean, I might do survival. I might switch over just to get the XP from it. But it's sort of a, I don't know. I have to run a poll on that or some shit, because I don't know if I really want to or not.
In a much more powerful state somewhere else and are on their way to insert themselves into the season 2 conflict. I could also see this, though, when you see the Legion and you see the NCR. This could definitely be a moment where it's kind of flashing back to the battle for Hoover Dam and implying who the victor may have been. I mean, they've been very clear they don't want to do that, but I just don't know how you tell this story in a very definitive, interesting way if you are just dancing around the ending of New Vegas. I'm still a believer, and, you know, I'm going to go in with high hopes for season 2 because season 1 knocked me on my ass, but I am going in with the level of, like, I don't know how you do this without picking an ending and make it all feel good. It's a serious challenge that I think avoiding it, like, I would prefer they pick a canon ending personally, but nonetheless, we are going to see the Legion, and of course, we're going to see the NCR in Season 2, but based on their garb and how many there are, I feel like it might be a flashback to maybe events happening during New Vegas. But we also got a lot of set photos, set decorations, a Silver Rush gambling hall. There's my goat, Walton Goggins, there with his thumb up. That's the Vault Boy right there. We love to see that stuff. We get Robert House and the Lucky 38. You never know. I mean, look at all these beautiful, but yet again, clean set decorations. We see even slot machines here, more and more slot machines in the set decorating. I thought this one here was also really cool because it says See Lake Mead. Thought this was cool because you even see the B-29 flying in the photo there, which is a little nod to obviously the crashed B-29 that you would find at the bottom of Lake Mead if you go there in Fallout New Vegas. There's even promotion for the tops here: frolic, thrill, relax, enjoy, come and let loose and get crazy. So a lot of the standard stuff you'd expect, but again, pretty clean, because what we've seen from prior set leaks is that there's going to be a lot of pre-war strip sequences. Now, what was also interesting was people seeing props that reflect real world brands. Like Fallout has a lot of parallel brands that kind of represent in a comedic way, a dark comedic way, the things we see in our real lives. But you see TWA Departures. TWA is a real brand, the Trans World Airline, before it got absorbed into American Airlines based on what I was reading. And then here's a Ward Air Canada plane as a prop on set, and that is another real airline, or was. I personally don't fly in Canada often. I'm from the United States, you know what I mean? But ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people were looking at this like, why are real world brands in my Fallout? There was great speculation on the Reddit thread that I kind of agree with, which is just the idea that this will likely be changed in post-production. I wouldn't really worry too much here, but the idea is that there is an airport, and I think of the McCarran International Airport based on the slot machines we're seeing posted up here as well. A lot of people, like myself, immediately thought Strip, but then I see those slot machines, the jackpot machines, and then I see an airline, and I think about what you see in the entryway to Camp McCarran, obviously the airport converted into NCR Camp, and now when you enter the building, there are slot machines, and again, it was formerly an airport. So found that one to be really interesting. There is also this travel services board here. The most interesting thing to me was here at the bottom where it says additional services. Reserve your spot in Vault 21 today. Poseidon Energy fuel ration plans. Travel smart, prepay for gasoline before the shortages hit. Atomic Tour promotions. Watch a real atomic blast from the comfort of the Atomic Lounge. And luxury moon vacations, offering early bookings for a future space resort. One thing that was also picked up on in some of the set shots was Vault 21 being called a hotel. Now, if you go to, say, like the Fallout Wiki, or you've played New Vegas recently, I've been chipping through, but I had to pause it because of some reviews, but I've been chipping through a replay of New Vegas. Vault 21 was originally a social experiment based around gambling, but before New Vegas, about like 8-ish years before New Vegas, Mr. House saw an opportunity to pretty much make it part of the economy of the Strip, and that is when it was converted into a hotel. So there's a bit of potential light retconning there, which has some understandably Redditors on their guard a bit, so definitely something to be on the lookout for. Otherwise, some really nice window decorations here, just continuing on. Within the Strip, we see some pre-war phones. Again, everything looking pretty clean here, where I feel like we're going to get a lot more in the terms of a pre-war showcase compared to what we got with Fallout Season 1. In Fallout Season 1, we already got a lot, but I think Season 2, it's even more imperative with, obviously, the reveals at the end of Season 1. In particular, again, you see Mr. House, we're seeing the Strip, we have implications that Vault Tech may have been involved in launching the nukes and starting the war, like a lot of lore implications, right? And a lot of them are just housed in the pre-war. So I could see, again, as I predicted in our last Fallout speculation video, I could see a lot of this being the journey to the Strip, and on the way to the Strip, just a ton of flashbacks, which for me as a Fallout fan, like, I personally, I don't want to speak for everyone, I'm very excited about that because I want more pre-war. I feel like it's very unexplored in Fallout, frustratingly so. Like Fallout 4 was a missed opportunity in that regard because they had that pre-war segment and it was so brief. I know Bethesda said they had planned more content around that opening, but bugs the hell out of me, man. So I like that the show is addressing that. Again, very curious how the Legion as well as NCR play a factor in all of this, but Lots of questions. Hopefully, we're going to get answers soon. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know your thoughts on all of this down below, and I'll catch you in the next one. Stay sexy, stay active. I love you all. Peace.
How Bethesda doomed the future of Fallout. I don't know. It's a tricky topic. I don't think they did completely. But it's definitely...
But, besides all this, Fallout 4 sold well. Ripping the band-aid off, Bethesda is ruining Fallout. By saying this, a lot of you just went, yeah, and the sky is blue, while a majority of others just went, what are you talking about? Have you seen the overall sales and recent Steam charts and recent popularity? So, to explain what I'm saying, I need to acknowledge that at one point in time, Bethesda saved Fallout. When the company Interplay/Black Isle that made the first 2 games went bankrupt, Bethesda took the IP under its wing and created Fallout 3, which was a lot of people's entry to the series. Then in 2015, it happened again on the PS4 and Xbox One, with Fallout 4, bringing an entire new generation to something even more accessible than Fallout 3, which was even more accessible than Fallout 2. And then later you got to watch a bunch of fun videos about Fallout 76. And now in 2024, a new Fallout TV show has boosted up all the games and brought people who didn't even play video games to Fallout. Fallout in general is popular, but is now only so popular due to momentum. The momentum of a new show, but when that dust settled, what was revealed is now a big wasteland. Ironically, a wasteland for Fallout. So despite the big numbers and everyone playing the games again, Bethesda is still ruining Fallout right now, in real time. Not because they made games that some people don't like, but even more cynical reasons. Greed, jealousy, entitlement, all behind the coddling of laziness, pride, and hypocrisy, defended by the veil of success, love, and validation. And if someone doesn't interfere soon, the IP will be consumed by the sands of the wasteland. So let's go down this rabbit hole of why Bethesda is ruining Fallout. Also subscribe. Todd said that if we get enough of these, we might get a New Vegas 2. I promise. That's what he said.
Fallout's never been
What? New Vegas 2?
more popular.
You guys are fucking incompetent.
Let me ask a question. Who is the face of Activision? Who is the face of EA? Who is the face of Blizzard that isn't in jail? Yes, it's Luka Doncic, you're all correct. Most game companies are ran by shadow people who stack billions and billions while sucking the blood of children. But then there's studios where the main character is a guy you just want to sit down with and have a beautiful cup of coffee. Miyazaki, Hideo Kojima, Gabe Newell when he used to make video games instead of spamming out Steam sales so that he could go on vacation. Also, I think the TF2 community is pretty unhappy with him. And up there is cute little Todd Howard. Behind that leather jacket and false promises is an awkward hunk of love. And it's just a decoy for the real shadow people behind him. Todd is a guy that can constantly make bad decisions, but when you see him in the flesh, you kind of feel bad for the guy because he's just a little dork. If you want an example of this, look at when he got scared at IGN and didn't believe that the Fallout show was a 9 of 10 at first. Because before that, everyone loved his passion project for 2 weeks before ripping it to shreds and putting him back in the bad boy corner again. I believe that Todd Howard was once a great game director. He had that humble Mike Wazowski background, a guy who was persistent and had to work hard to get to where he is. He was turned down from Bethesda and told to finish school first, where he then finished school and got told to kick rocks because there's no more jobs available. And after persistence, he finally got to work at the company and climbed his way up the ranks. He failed and succeeded multiple times, but as we've now seen through the years, that once humble Michael Scott has now turned to Mr. O'Hare. The irritating thing about Todd and Bethesda is that they're also the luckiest game developers of all time. They're the only studio that constantly gets bailed out of mediocrity, having it be swept under the rug. And I used to think this was only a recent Bethesda thing, but with hindsight observation, this has always happened. Valve games have stood the test of time from groundbreaking mechanics and innovation, with the biggest critique being that they don't make games anymore because of the success of Steam. And in the case of TF2 recently, value monetization more than their current online games. But as we saw recently with a game like Half-Life Alyx, Valve still makes games when they want to innovate and push new technologies. Bethesda is not Valve. They are constantly being bested by other studios and have no competition, which has made them incredibly stubborn and borderline delusional. Bethesda in their prime was a hungry and driven game studio, wanting to make the best action adventure games with some of those old RPG elements. Elder Scrolls was an original IP that was constantly evolving. Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, with Oblivion being a big step up from Morrowind. While Bethesda was going on this run, Interplay's role-playing games like Baldur's Gate and Fallout were collecting dust, since gaming was evolving, and Interplay saw no profitability making look-down in-depth RPG games. But then comes in a savior, Todd Howard, who likes the look of Fallout and the aesthetic of Fallout, and said by him himself, if this thing's just gonna collect dust, let me play with it.
A bunch of the people who run the company knew the people at Interplay, and we pestered him and pestered him. Like, are you guys using Fallout? They weren't doing anything with it.
Keep this clip saved in the back of your brain because it's really funny with hindsight.
I love those dear hearts.
Fallout 3 is the Archduke assassination of Bethesda, being the first domino to what's wrong with them now. But at the time, this looked like the beginning of a money glitch. After getting the IP, Fallout 3 was made from the imagination of Bethesda, then quickly became the studio's most successful game ever. Gamers loved the exploration, the VAT system, and the gore. To the mainstream, it was the first ever post-apocalyptic game in the accessible format. It was a world that you could get distracted in for hours, that had this illusion of choice and scale. It wasn't intimidating or unappealing to the masses like the first two Fallout games, but there was objectively a lack of quality in its RPG elements. Fallout 1 and 2 are real RPG games, and that was the main appeal of Fallout before Bethesda took over, where then Fallout became a more linear RPG, more fascinated with exploration and action. So that created a vocal critique to Bethesda, which at the time was tossing a stone at the guy who ruled the world. Fallout had a monopoly on the RPG genre. When people weren't playing Halo 3 for multiplayer or Gears of War, they were playing Fallout 3 for their single-player itch. Not many knew the quality of a game like Fallout 2, so who cares if Fallout 3 is linear and poorly written? It's the only game I've played, and with no competition, it's fun to use VATs and explore the wasteland. And people loved it. Bethesda was revered and Todd Howard was a new god. So Todd sat down and thought to himself, let's make Fallout 3, but in Elder Scrolls. And ZeniMax didn't like that. Fallout was a hit, so why go off the grid and make a game and have the IP collect dust? And luckily, there was people who wanted to make a Fallout game and had some experience with the IP. Originally, an expansion was going to get outsourced for Fallout 3 while Skyrim was being made, but Todd Howard convinced ZeniMax to make an entire new Fallout game, made by Obsidian Entertainment, which was a studio that had a lot of people that previously worked for Interplay and were on the development team for Fallout 2. New Vegas was made from the skeleton of Interplay's Fallout 3, that was scrapped due to the company's financial struggle. And before New Vegas, they made Knights of the Old Republic 2. That was rushed, so they didn't have time to fully scale that game to their vision, but still pulled it off. Luckily, that will never happen again, right?
Yippee-yay, there'll be no wedding bells for today.
Behind the minds of Josh Sawyer, John Gonzalez, Chris Avallone, Fergus Urquhart, and many more came Fallout New Vegas, a game made for the in-between period of Skyrim, with an 18-month window. This game even existing is not only impressive, but also displays the massive problem with Bethesda. Obsidian's tight deadlines show that even under pressure, if you could write something good and really love what you're making, that everything else will fall into place. And the stuff that doesn't fall into place will be viewed forever with the lens of, what would this game be like if they had 3 years to make it? New Vegas is made with the consideration of Fallout 3. The developers even...
That's a crazy way to look at it, bro. They really did touch down on this in 18 months. Like, that's insane. Nowadays, 18 months, bro. Good luck getting a DOC in 18 months. Or fucking a tweet. A fucking pat on the back. A bag of chips. Bethesda wouldn't give you a breath of air in 18 months.
say that the Fallout 3 formula is why the mainstream enjoy Fallout. So instead of discarding Bethesda's format and game style, their goal was to improve everything from the third game and build upon it, with the limited time they had. Gunplay, customization, skill trees, roleplay, writing, Fallout New Vegas is a collaboration of Fallout 2 and 3, taking the care of fun and roleplay from Black Isle, and collaborating with the fun and wonder of Bethesda. New Vegas is a true gem that mastered the Fallout style, becoming the poster boy of what an RPG should be, and it wasn't even made to its full potential due to the crunch and tight deadline. There's so many video essays and breakdowns you can watch going over the incredible details of New Vegas, but even playing it for yourself and committing to it, you will quickly see that New Vegas is a game that has never been replicated again. Because instead of choosing to be pretty and shiny on the outside, they instead chose to be shiny and pretty on the inside, which is why Bethesda hates this game. With the revisionism of the Fallout fanbase, some are attempting to rewrite history and gaslight the narrative around New Vegas. That Todd doesn't hate the game, that he actually loves the game, that all Fallouts are masterpieces in their own way. And while the idea of holding hands and singing Kumbaya around the fire is beautiful and brings a single tear to my eye, I live in a place called reality, where we don't always shed a single tear at every rainbow. Todd has recently praised New Vegas. It would make sense that after 14 years he would now praise the game in the spotlight, since he's using its identity as his new meat puppet to make people get excited after years of downplaying it. The creator of New Vegas has stated, "I don't feel like it's healthy for me to be really invested in something I have no control over." This was after he was asked about Fallout New Vegas' role in the Fallout show. Also, the writer of New Vegas is not happy about certain decisions that have been made, and has been vocally critiquing the show as well. So to state that there's a two-way street of friendship and respect just makes no sense. Obsidian has been getting screwed over by Bethesda for a while. Because of the big crunch, New Vegas was insanely buggy at launch and had trouble running on that current generation's hardware. If only had an extra year like Starfield to patch bugs, because that was clearly the only problem that game had. So because of this rough launch, its critics' scores were affected, which put them 1 point below the required score to get their bonus. Yes, the bonus for the team that crunched this game in 18 months was in the hands of subjective reviewers that didn't get to meet the bonus requirement due to the rush launch that made it lower in scores. It's almost like the game was rigged from the start. So yeah, fuck that bonus. The game didn't get as high of scores as Fallout 3, but the noise and praise were higher than Fallout 3 for sure. The vast details and choice in New Vegas made Fallout 3 its bitch. A real RPG, a game where you could actually carve out your destiny, a game with real consequences and choices while also being a more in-depth, fun shooter. New Vegas quickly became the poster child for what a video game should be, and its humble roots even made it more beloved in history. What these guys did in 18 months, most people can't even do today with 4 years. I like Cyberpunk as well, but like Jesus, imagine that budget and time in these guys' hands. With the success, there was a change in Todd. The little nerd who loved video games got angry. He got bitter. He stuck his neck out for this thing to be made. He originally wanted Interplay to share the IP so that Bethesda could have fun. Well, now he did the same thing back and got upstaged. Then after this, Todd released Skyrim, and it became the biggest game of all time. Skyrim was the peak of Bethesda's style. Skyrim scaled back even more from Fallout 3 in terms of roleplay and doubled down on the vision of being an action RPG. And in the result of that, Skyrim was a huge success. It's weird looking at Skyrim from a modern viewpoint because while Skyrim truly changed gaming, Bethesda also learned all the wrong lessons from its success. Skyrim is a really bad RPG, especially compared to KOTOR, KOTOR 2, New Vegas, but it was the spark of action-adventure games. At the time, Skyrim was a lot of people's first time ever really feeling like they were in a fantasy world that they could explore and be powerful in, similar to how people felt with Fallout 3. Nowadays, the combat is jank, the skill tree is overpowered, making you a god with no consequence, and yeah, the RPG is down to pick A or B side and eventually everything falls into place. But compared to Fallout 3, New Vegas, and even Red Dead 1 to an extent, it was magical, pretty, and huge. I quoted this from Joseph Anderson in my Starfield video, but Skyrim is a shallow puddle, but it's just so much fun to splash in. I look at Skyrim with cynicism now, because as good as Skyrim was, it's aged and everybody has done something better than that game since. Skyrim was way more successful and popular than Red Dead 1, but Rockstar ended up making Red Dead 2, which some say is the most immersive open world game of all time. That Dark Souls game that came out in 2011, yeah, that studio made Elden Ring. The point is that there's been a lot of evolution in gaming since then, and while studios have been upping their A game, Bethesda has been on nothing but a downfall. After the success of Skyrim, Bethesda got an ego. Todd made the most successful game ever by doubling down on what people said he was doing wrong after the comparison of New Vegas and Fallout 3. So he was going to do what he did before again and trust his gut. He was going to bring that Skyrim mindset to Fallout again, scale back even more on that RPG element, and get even more linear. They're going to stay on the same engine, they're going to do what others can't. They're going to make a Bethesda game, because Bethesda games are something no one else can make but Bethesda. Bethesda became secluded. Instead of spreading out and being charitable, giving people cracks at different visions under their IPs like they once did, they became a studio of doubling down on their independent visions. A huge complaint of New Vegas today is that it feels janky and old. And yeah, that's true.
God willing, you will not leave this valley.
It even felt old in 2010. And since New Vegas, Bethesda and Obsidian haven't collaborated, so Obsidian never got to make a more modern game, which also makes no sense. Even with Fallout New Vegas not selling as much as 3, the game is still revered as the greatest RPG of all time, and still sold well for Bethesda standards. The gap between Skyrim and Fallout 4 would be from 2011 to 2015. In the timeline, Skyrim was just recently the biggest game ever. Bethesda had clout and cash, and now Bethesda had time. And between those 4 years was radio silence. Even from a business standpoint, it makes no sense. In the past, ZeniMax was asking for more Fallout when Fallout 3 was a success. So that's why New Vegas was on that crunch to chase that high, which it did. And then after New Vegas, you have Skyrim being the biggest game ever. And being the biggest game ever is followed by no urgency or pursuit. It has to be because Obsidian didn't want to do it anymore, right? After that crunch and getting fucked over on that bonus, they were like, nah, let's not do it anymore. Nope. Chris Avallone, the writer for New Vegas, states that New Vegas 2 was pitched and denied. When asked why Bethesda said no, he said that question has kept him awake at nights for years, and then states that the team repeatedly asked to do an Elder Scrolls spin-off in the style of Fallout New Vegas, or anything in the Fallout world for years, to then be told nope again. He even pitched it the same way. So this brings up boogeyman claims of why Obsidian didn't work on anything for Bethesda. Claim 1. The game being buggy brought a negative reputation. This is bullshit. Bethesda games have always had the reputation of being notoriously buggy. Skyrim had a buggy launch, and even years later we'd see this again with Fallout 4 and 76. And even besides the bugs, we've seen a game like Starfield that was almost spotless still be disliked. It's a shadow claim that I don't believe. It objectively makes no sense. In ZeniMax's interest of making more money, they benefit by having more games to make more money. Fallout New Vegas was revered as one of the greatest games of all time, so it wouldn't even be a problem in terms of quality or care. And now you have a 4-year window of nothing going on. And when you had this exact situation and worked the first time, New Vegas the Gap game was a hit. Then Skyrim after was your biggest hit. For ZeniMax to now stop production at the high of Bethesda just makes no sense. It's why I know Bethesda had to intervene. Todd's ego of being a sore winner has now hoarded the Fallout IP and the Elder Scrolls IP, making Bethesda the core developers of both from now on. I think Todd did this to avoid Obsidian making any more games. To avoid Obsidian making it Elder Scrolls New Vegas to their Skyrim, so it couldn't once again shit on their parade. But hey, if you're gonna be a goblin with your IPs, just don't mess it up. Fallout 4 was a mixed win. I brought this up in my Starfield video. Fallout 4 made it so that Fallout played more like a modern shooter that isn't from 2005. The gunplay was pretty ass compared to other games at the time, but it's still real gunplay. The world was fun to walk around, you're able to loot, craft, and explore. The plot was horrible, the world building was bad, and the RPG was the worst it's ever been. The launch was also buggy and everything releasing around it was way better. Once again, those assholes who made Dark Souls in 2011, yeah, they just made Bloodborne, you know, one of the greatest games of all time. Witcher 3 came out, also a really good game. But besides all this, Fallout 4 sold well. It was the best launch for Bethesda ever, actually. Overall, Skyrim is still on top on sales, but in that small release window, Fallout 4 skyrocketed off of anticipation alone. The last Fallout game was 5 years prior, not including New Vegas, 7. But this is when Todd was flying too close to the sun, because in doing so, it regressed a lot from even Skyrim, which already regressed from previous games. It was too linear and dumb, without care outside of cosplay. So once again, like Fallout 3, it was on paper a success, selling 13.5 million copies, being the most successful in the Fallout series. Fallout 76 was a colossal failure. The pride and lies of Todd catched up to him. He couldn't run from this one. Where New Vegas was a rush game made with love, Fallout 76 was a rush game made with greed. Like Elder Scrolls, instead of letting someone else ever try to upstage them again, they wanted to keep the IP alive via live service. They scanned people, made false promises, and years later try to rewrite history. Because if something doesn't work at Bethesda, it's never a swing and a miss, it's just that people don't get it yet. So, after dropping the ball, what does Bethesda do? Do they finally give in, stop hoarding the IPs, and work on their next game Starfield while a new Elder Scrolls or Fallout gets co-developed? Nope. They announced their next Elder Scrolls game in 2018, then they don't release their next game till 2023, and then they start working on that game from 2018 after their 2023 game. And guess what? That 2023 game is outdated. It's worse in RPG mechanics from Fallout 4, and also worse in gameplay. Bethesda games can be enjoyed by people, that's okay, they're dumbed down to be accessible, but because they're so dumbed down, it makes them not great games. So if their games are not amazing, why the fuck are they gatekeeping them so hard? From the time of Fallout 4 to Starfield, From Software released Bloodborne, Bloodborne DLC, Dark Souls 3 DLC, a Dark Souls 1 remake, Sekiro, Elden Ring, DLCs to both of those. It's just Fallout 4 was so old and shit, and Starfield was old and shit. I know studios have a reputation of cracking the whip on developers, but at least after those cracks and brutality, you get a Red Dead Redemption 2, or a Halo 2, or even a New Vegas. Yeah, GTA 6 took forever, and it looks great and will most likely be amazing because Rockstar hasn't dropped the ball yet on their single player campaigns, so they have the right to go ghost mode and have it be okay because when they come back you could trust it. Starfield is not a game that takes 5 years to make, and that's being generous counting 76 that was made with tape and spit. 8 years to work on this piece of shit game? From Skyrim it's been a downhill slope. Each game is getting worse and now you want us to be happy that Elder Scrolls 6 is getting made on that same old ass engine with a little bit of polish that still has the NPCs being dead on the inside. I have a video about Starfield, but Bethesda doesn't make good enough games to be this greedy. In 2021, Microsoft bought ZeniMax Media, so they own Bethesda as a publisher even though Bethesda operates as its own studio. The purchase was for $7.5 billion. Now Bethesda is owned by Microsoft. Starfield is a bomb. Your next Elder Scrolls game isn't going to be out for like another 5 years, so what the hell is happening with Fallout? Fallout in the current conditions is truly screwed, but you don't think so because Todd gets lucky. He always gets lucky. The Fallout show came out and now Fallout is popular. Everyone was playing the games, getting that fix. Now 2015 is the new 2024. And now the West belongs to Todd. Now New Vegas, as an aesthetic, belongs to Todd. But where are the games? While everyone's sucking off Fallout 4 again, mind-wiping the history of Fallout 76, acting like it's a great game now, it's surprising no one sat down and questioned for a second, why hasn't there been a new RPG since like 2015? And as I've been breaking it down, it's because Bethesda is insecure and are sore winners, and they always get away with it. Even now, how flawed Fallout 4 is, they release a season of a show and all that history of Bethesda's pettiness is wiped away. The failure of Starfield is wiped away. Todd, you aren't a Kanye West album that everyone hates because they aren't ready for. You're a guy who
that's what I just said. I just said that Bethesda's treating their shit like it's fucking, it's like Kanye West or like Playboi Carti, Kendrick Lamar, like where you can't drop like once every 5 years, 4 years, and try to make some masterpiece. Like if you can't do it, you can't do it. Just drop. Like I think that was the biggest thing too, was that the fact they can't even like just get Obsidian to help out with a fucking like in between. It's crazy how many games they could have dropped if they did what they did in the window of Oblivion throughout to Skyrim. I mean, they dropped in the span of 2006 to 2011, basically like 5 years. They dropped 4 masterpiece games, probably the best games they've ever dropped in their whole entire like the other thing is like fucking they dropped Oblivion, they dropped fucking Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Skyrim all within like a 6-5 window, 5-year window, 6-year window. That's crazy. And in the 6-year window after that, or like 5 years, they dropped Fallout 4. That was it. And then after that, 3 years later, they dropped fucking Fallout 76, trash. Then fucking 5 years later, they dropped Starfield. It's fucking pathetic, bro. It's just like this, bro. They drop a season 1, but everyone's hoping. I'm honestly more hyped for season 2 than Elder Scrolls 6. I just want to see what's going on in season 2.
Constantly gets bailed out after wasting years making shitty video games while having IPs collect dust, like the CEO guy from Smiling Friends, because you fear that you will get upstaged by people who are better at making games than you, like what happened so long ago with Fallout New Vegas. The Fallout hype is now dead, and you aren't getting an Elder Scrolls game for 5 years. Then after that, they're gonna have to make a new engine because no way you could get away with it again. Hell, they might be doing that now, and Elder Scrolls 6 might take like 7 years. Then after that, you're gonna have to wait for another Fallout game, which is gonna be like another 5 years. So eyeballing it, it's gonna take 12 years to get the next entry to Fallout, which will probably not be good because the head of this Bethesda ship is stubborn, egotistical, and lives off of doubling down on critiques against him to prove a point. While every other studio around him is doing better stuff, while this guy only relies on getting bailed out by fan revisionism. Even CD Projekt Red, after it crashed and burned, still made a fun action-adventure game that also has bad RPG. While Bethesda were making Starfield, though still has loading screens, dead planets, and outdated combat, while doubling down and arguing that people were wrong in Steam reviews.
You may need to upgrade your PC for this game, but it's got a lot of great stuff going on in it, and the fans are responding awesome.
From 2015 to now, you could have had 2 4-year developed Fallout games on the same old-ass Fallout 4 engine and having them be hits, because if New Vegas proved anything from 3, you can have both action, fun, and good stories. You don't only have to do one. And if something is great enough in concept, people will brush off its package. Bethesda is truly a gaming cancer. These are not the same guys who made Skyrim, and the only reason people like Fallout 4 because nothing else has been released on that same engine besides an MMO to compare it to. Microsoft, you have proven to be a spineless, money-hungry company, so wake the fuck up. People like Fallout. New Vegas as an in-between game was a success. I know they own Obsidian. It doesn't even have to be them. You can make a new team and rehire the competent people that were left to rot by Bethesda and make a new game. By doing that, people get a new game and you get money. Bethesda does not make good enough games to be such entitled pricks about their IPs, especially for one they didn't originally create, which is Fallout. Fallout 3 was made because it was people wanting to put a spin on something they enjoyed, and Bethesda gave the same gratitude back.
Yeah, that's the truth. They really do. They need to let other companies just have their go at it. And I think Obsidian's a good one, of course, but it just sucks to know that they turned that down in like prime time. Like, I think the first half of the 2010s, like they literally were at the top of their game before. And I mean, even when Fallout 4 dropped, they were still at the top of their game. I think it's just they had so much time in their hands to just fuck around and just play around with what their IPs were, but they just didn't want to do it. It fucking blows. Cause like, bro, like I was dead ass like 6 years old when that came out. I'm 22, bro. I'm 22. Like I was 6 years old when fucking Skyrim, I think Fallout New Vegas, I was 6 years old. And now I'm fucking 22, bro. Like, bro, you can imagine. Like, I'm like, what? That's fucking crazy, bro. They're getting away with it. We need to pull Area 51 on their ass and just pull up on them and speed run their shit. Make sure, hey, speed run that shit, Todd. Yeah. Keep up with it. All of us combined together, join up and face Bethesda head on.
And then when Obsidian did it better, they got insecure and wanted to prove that they make better video games. And I'm not letting anybody have access to that IP.
Yeah, they need to listen to their fans, bro. Like they don't listen to shit. Like, bro, they listen to their fans most of the time. None of this shit would have even happened. There would have been more into the elements that we actually wanted it to be in versus what they want it to be in. I mean, I really love the RPG elements and stuff. I think it should be back to where it is, but I'm not gonna lie. That's why I'm scared for the newest Fallout game or the newest Elder Scrolls, because I just know damn well it's not gonna be the way like I would want it to be at all. It's going to be completely just action, adventure, open world. And it's cool. That's not bad. But there's no RPG elements, and it just completely sells my, like, it's just like a straight linear passage. It's like fucking lame.
Sense. Nobody wins. If you like Bethesda's Fallout games, you get no Fallout games by them being elitist. Microsoft, after forking $7 billion and having Fallout now be in the mainstream, gets no money. And Bethesda already knows this. They could have been doing something years ago. But keep releasing patches 9 years later that breaks every mod. Keep getting outclassed by modders making passion projects. End of the day, they're winning. They get to play with the meat puppet of something created with love while never sharing again themselves. And they get to be revered for it. I have no love for Bethesda. I think Bethesda sucks, and the only way for that company to survive is to get rid of that upper office. But Microsoft is incompetent, so most likely nothing will happen, and we will continue the Bethesda cycle where the next Elder Scrolls gets a reality check when a lot of people don't like it, and Microsoft realizes that the hood has moved on to FromSoft games. And hopefully they make a change then. But let's be honest, they probably won't. This video was brought to you by the New Vegas Enjoyers. Subscribe for more Skippy Whippy yapping. Thank you to the Patreons who support the channel.
Yeah, that's the problem too, is that we're probably not going to get a new Bethesda game after Elder Scrolls 6 for a very long time. I mean, even just the window, I don't even want to count Indiana Jones, but even just the window in between Starfield and Elder Scrolls 6 is still, like, in that period of time, like 3-4 years, they could have done still, like, I hate how it is now, where it's like, when I grew up, everything was like back and forth, like every year was something like different. It was just like every year you wanted to be on that game list, or you wanted to be, like, even TV shows, like everything was every year. Now it's like every fucking 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. Like, it's like, why am I waiting 3 years for season 2 of this? Or like, why am I waiting like another decade for a game? I understand though when games are more sought out, where it's like they actually take their time in it, but it's like with Bethesda, they could really just let their IP fucking be driven by someone else. Like, be the passenger, bro. It's not that hard. But they would never do that shit. They do not care. They don't care about us.
Hi there, I'm Old Lady Gibson.
Or so they tell me.
I hope you can figure out the rest.
Here we are again with another Fallout New Vegas iceberg. And yes, if you're just joining us, we currently have another fully realized New Vegas iceberg on the channel. And also Fallout 4 for you guys to enjoy. New Vegas has so many theories and weird obscurities that we wanted to create 3 separate videos to cover them all. These are not parts, but full icebergs, from the tip to the bottom layer. So make sure you're subbed so you don't miss out on the last New Vegas iceberg and the soon coming Fallout 3 and 76 icebergs. Starting us off with the simple one that a lot of people still don't know. Both the Chazawol and the Night Stalkers are not mutants that were created by radiation. So the Night Stalkers are these creepy looking snake dog hybrids that were actually cooked up before the war by Dr. Boris. He mixed rattlesnake and coyote DNA together. Why do that in the first place? Well, supposedly he did it to save rattlesnake DNA, thinking they were about to go extinct. But his memory's kind of fuzzy, and at one point he admits he might have done it just because of a dare from another scientist. Classic Big Mountain, right? Anyway, these things turned out to be way more dangerous than expected. When they were first created, they wiped out almost everyone working on the shipping department at the X8 Research Center. Only one guy named Skippy made it out alive. Even after that mess, another scientist, Dr. Figgis, figured they could still make use of them. So what does he do? He releases the Night Stalkers into the X8 testing area just to observe how they would behave, which was a bold move. After the bombs dropped, a bunch of these things got loose. They've been slithering and prowling their way across the Mojave ever since. Some even made it all the way to Baja. Chazawol are another lovely gift from the labs at Big Mountain. They were mutated and supersized thanks to a bunch of DNA experiments by none other than Dr. Boris. He swears the experiments happened on a Tuesday, maybe in May, probably 2003. He's not really sure. Originally, these lab-grown monstrosities were kept locked up in the Z14 DNA splicing lab, but surprise, surprise, that didn't last. A bunch of Cazadors ended up escaping Big Mountain Crater and started showing up in nearby places like the Mojave Wasteland and Zion Canyon. And once they were out, they multiplied fast. Boris still insists that they never escaped and they can't even reproduce, despite all the evidence saying otherwise. As they've spread across the wasteland, people have started calling them Cazadors or Cazadores, which probably came from Spanish-speaking survivors in the areas where they've popped up. And honestly, it fits.
Now this one's infamous among veteran New Vegas players, yet few places strike fear into players' hearts quite like the Deathclaw Promontory. On the Mojave's eastern fringe, just across the Colorado River, lies this unmarked location. There's no convenient quest marker here, no friendly NPC to guide you, just a faint dirt trail leading you straight into what might be the deadliest patch of terrain in the entire game. This spot is home to around 36 Deathclaws of all shapes and sizes.
Damn, I didn't even go
Alpha
over there
males,
before.
Fearsome
What?
mothers, agile juveniles,
I haven't even
and
gone over there.
baby Deathclaws, all crammed into one brutal, jagged maze of hills and cliffs. Unlike Quarry Junction's scattered chaos, these Deathclaws act as a tightly knit pack. If just one catches your scent, every single beast in the area charges simultaneously, acting as a cohesive unit of beasts. Players often face the daunting challenge of thinning the horde with explosives, creating a risky balance between survival and destruction. Yet despite this near certain doom, we can't help but feel drawn by some of the game's finest loot. Hidden among these bloodied rocks and beastly corpses are treasures worth every risk. Rare high-end weapons and the exclusive Remnants power armor. This armor set, typically only obtained through a questline, can be found here without the quest hassle, making it a tempting prize. Adding an eerie realism to the horrifying spot, Deathclaw Promontory sits exactly where Nevada's real-world promontory point lies, anchoring Fallout's ambush zone firmly into actual geography. For lore hunters, there's even the intriguing discovery of 3 Deathclaw eggs giving us a glimpse into a breeding ground right under our noses. We can't help but wonder if this spot will end up in Fallout's upcoming Season 2 release. In the gaming world, New Vegas is legendary. Not just for its gameplay and storytelling, or even the bugs that came with it when it rolled out, but for a notorious event known as the Metacritic scandal. Here's the crazy story behind the infamous 1% that cost Obsidian Entertainment dearly. When Obsidian partnered with Bethesda to develop New Vegas, the deal included a massive bonus, but only if the game achieved a Metascore of 85 or higher on Metacritic. Unbelievably, Fallout New Vegas narrowly missed that mark, landing at an 84. Just one single percentage point short. This small margin meant the developers received none of the promised bonus, sparking endless controversy and conspiracy theories in the gaming community. Rumors quickly spread, with some players convinced that Bethesda deliberately rushed Obsidian to release the game prematurely, sabotaging its review scores out of spite. This theory was even more widespread considering the amount of cut content that never made it into the game. Which, if you haven't seen our first New Vegas iceberg video, consider giving it a watch since we cover pieces of the cut content like the game's boundaries. However, Chris Avalon, one of New Vegas's key figures, has repeatedly dismissed these theories. He even praised Bethesda, highlighting how supportive they were during development. Still, fans can't help but wonder, why didn't Bethesda use a sliding bonus scale instead? A scale would have meant missing the target by just 1% wouldn't erase the entire bonus, only a fraction of it, making the sting far less severe. As Chris himself admitted, losing everything based on a single percentage point felt devastating. Ironically, despite this Metacritic miss, Fallout New Vegas was an incredible commercial success. Bethesda shipped over 5 million copies by early November 2010, generating more than $300 million from sales and digital downloads alone. Clearly, us fans adored the game, making the narrow miss on Metacritic even more bitter. But was it a conspiracy? Not quite, just a business deal gone awry.
Alright, so when you roll into the Tops Casino during the Ring-a-Ding-Ding quest, the first person you bump into is Swank. He's one of Benny's right-hand guys. Now if you play it smart and you pass a few speech checks, you can actually clue Swank in on what Benny's really up to. If you succeed, Swank basically lets you go upstairs to Benny's suite with all of your weapons, which is pretty helpful if things go sideways. But there's also this other way to actually convince Swank to your side. You can find some evidence to help your case, like Benny's distinctive lighter and his weird brand of cigarettes, which can then make Swank more willing to believe you. If you tell Swank that Benny's scheming behind Mr. House's back, he asks you what you want to do about it. If you tell him you're ready to handle it now, Swank sends Benny up to his room, basically setting him up for you. Once you've taken care of business, you can go back to Swank and he just straight up asks,
"Is Benny taken care of yet?"
You get one reply, yes, he's dead. Swank then gets hyped and says,
Guess that makes me the boss. Ring a ding.
It's surprising just how many ways Benny can be dealt with. It makes you wonder what New Vegas would have been like with another 1.5 years of development time. I'd be surprised if anyone hasn't seen the crashed UFO in New Vegas at this point, or at least heard of it. It was on almost all of the icebergs we came across, so we figured we'd throw it on. I'm assuming some people might have missed it because they don't take the Wild Wasteland trait at the beginning of the game. If you head up north of Harwitz Farmstead and a bit east of the Brooks Tumbleweed Ranch, right around where the mercenary camp usually is, you come across something pretty weird. Usually it's just the 3 mercenaries standing around a fire. But like I said, if you have Wild Wasteland, you'll actually find 3 aliens near a crashed recon craft. The ship is wrecked and you can't get inside. These aliens are the only ones in the game, and they look exactly like the ones from Fallout 3's Mothership Zeta DLC. 2 of them are armed with tri-beam laser rifles, so they're not just here to say hi. They will mess you up if you're not careful. But if you kill them, you do get to keep their alien blaster, which has probably the most rare ammo type resource in the entire game. Yes, the Tops has a pool. It's kind of hidden away, which is why people usually don't run into it. It's out back behind the casino. There's a little courtyard area and it's not huge, but it's got a nice vibe. There you'll find a pool right in the middle. There's also some palm trees scattered around and a brick wall enclosing the whole space. You'll usually find a few gamblers hanging out there, along with some of the chairmen just keeping an eye on things or they're chilling. It's a pretty relaxed spot compared to the inside. It's not the most in-depth thing on the iceberg, but it might surprise a few of you. It actually surprised me. I had no idea.
Let's talk about one of New Vegas's most underrated minigames, Caravan. It might not get as much hype as Witcher 3's Gwent, but Caravan is one of Fallout New Vegas's best kept secrets, and it's likely due to its complicating rules. I'm not saying the game is revolutionary by any means, I'm just saying it's relatively low key. You'll first catch wind of Caravan from a guy named Ringo in Goodsprings, who hands over a starter deck. Mostly Topps casino cards, though it's missing a king of clubs. From there, you're off scouring the Mojave for more cards, whether that's by trading with merchants, looting unlucky wanderers, or winning other minigames. To build a valid Caravan deck, you need 30 cards with no duplicates from the same set. Have a King of Spades from set A and another from set B? No problem. 2 Kings of Spades from set A, and that's an illegal move within the game's rules. The game itself is a tug-of-war over 3 stacks called Caravans, each aiming for a total of 21 to 26. You basically place cards in ascending or descending order, and face cards become your wild strategy pieces, boosting values or sabotaging your opponent's stacks. Once you've sold a caravan by locking in that 21 to 26 sweet spot, you've got a claim, but your opponent can still fight back with some clever plays. Bet big, and while the house doesn't make a fuss, your rival might raise you with NCR bills, Legion coins, you name it. Win 2 out of 3 caravans first, and the pot's yours. If you've never tried it, give it a shot. Caravan is a surprisingly deep card game hiding under the wasteland's dust. And although it's not the most profound card game we've seen in RPGs, it's still worth trying if you have yet to touch it.
So, you feel like playing a game?
Chances are you've at least heard of, or maybe even proudly own, the legendary Prima Official Game Guide. Authored by David S.J. Hodgson, who also crafted the official guide for Fallout 3, this guidebook isn't just a simple walkthrough. It's a treasure trove of detailed lore, item descriptions, maps, character backstories, and hidden secrets of the Mojave itself. The collector's edition hardcover is particularly sought after, boosting an additional 32 pages filled with fascinating concept art and in-depth details about New Vegas's factions and settings. But here's where things get intriguing. Despite its incredible usefulness and beautiful presentation, the guide isn't perfect. Eagle-eyed players quickly notice some curious inconsistencies between the guide and the actual game itself. For example, during the quest My Kind of Town, the guide incorrectly states you'll need a barter skill of 50 to persuade Major Knight to assign more troops to Prim. In reality, the game only asks for a barter skill of 20, Similarly, the guide mistakenly involves powder gangers in the quest Hard Luck Blues, despite them having no actual connection to the quest. Smaller errors also pop up too, like referring to Interstate 15 near Sloan interchangeably as the Long 19 and Long 95, or stating that using Doc Mitchell's chemistry set requires a speech skill of 25, when in fact it calls for a science skill of 25. But let's be honest, these errors don't take away from the coolness of owning such a guide. In fact, they might even enhance its status. Today, having an official strategy guide for Fallout New Vegas is more than just practical. It's a badge of honor, proof that you've walked the Mojave in a uniquely old school style. As for our take on the matter, I believe pieces like Doc's chemistry set calling for speech versus science skills was an unintentional editing error, while other pieces such as the small inconsistencies in quest details could be due to cut content, potentially seeing that the fullness of the game wasn't ever truly released. What are your thoughts? New Vegas is full of surprises, including cut content where you can hear your companions scream and shriek in terror as their bodies are lit aflame. These immolation screams fortunately, or unfortunately, never quite made it into the game. Deep within New Vegas's unused game files lies audio that's unsettling. These audio files include distressing screams and shrieks of your trusted companions, recorded specifically for when they're tragically set ablaze during combat. Imagine the visceral horror of hearing Boone, Veronica, or even Rex howling in agony as flames engulf their bodies. Sounds that would add a disturbingly realistic element to the brutality of the already brutal game. I mean, come on, we already have the crucifixions and slaves, they may as well have added this too. Although these sounds were ultimately excluded from the final release, they remain hidden in the game's code. The discovery of these unused audio files has become legendary within the Fallout community if you know where to look. But I figured I'd let their screams play out in a few seconds here, and you could tell me which actor or actress did it best.
So we all know old
Damn.
lady Gibson, right? The sweet old woman who runs the scrapyard near Novak. She comes off as this harmless trader just living her best retired life. But what if she's not as innocent as she seems? Here's where things get weird. Not too far from her scrapyard, up near the mountain, there's this little unmarked spot called Gibson's Shack. You actually go there during Veronica's companion quest. Now inside the shack, you'll find a skeleton and a full-on murder scene. Now yeah, finding a dead body in the Mojave isn't exactly shocking, but this one's different. The shack has her name on it. It's literally called Gibson's Shack.
Well, I'll give you a hint. They used to just call me Gibson. I hope you can figure out the rest.
That does feel intentional, and I really don't think the devs named it that by accident. So that begs the question, if the shack used to belong to old lady Gibson, why isn't she living there now? And why is there a dead body inside? Well, there are apparently multiple theories on this one. What if the skeleton is the real Gibson, and the woman at the scrapyard is someone else entirely, an imposter? Someone pretending to be her, maybe to take over the scrapyard or just blend in. It would explain why she's living out there instead of in the shack with her name on it. Or maybe it's her late husband that she talks about. She could have murdered him and then left him in that shack. This one has a little more plausibility in my opinion, as you can actually find a severed finger in there, implying that this guy wasn't a good guy, especially if you've played Fallout 3. In that game, you can find a perk that drops fingers on bad characters when you kill them. You then give them to the regulators who will pay you caps for the fingers, and then it gives you positive karma. So maybe her husband wasn't a good guy and she took care of him. There's also the fact that Elijah also used the shack at some point. Maybe he's tied up in the story in some way. All in all, it's just kind of strange. Let's talk about Victor, that overly friendly cowboy robot you meet at the start of the game. He's hanging around Good Springs, keeping an eye on things for Mr. House as one of his remote scout bots. At first, he just seems like a helpful old-timey robot who saves your life and points you in the right direction. But he actually has a bit more going on, especially during the Ghost Town gunfight quest. You guys know the story by now. The Powder Gangers show up and get kicked out, which places you in the middle of the two factions. In this instance, you need to side with the town. You can then recruit the townsfolk to actually join in the upcoming fight. Now here's where Victor comes in again. You can ask him to join the fight and he'll say yes.
Trouble with rustlers, huh? Count me in, partner. Those varmints will be running home with their tails between their legs soon enough.
But when the Powder Gangers roll in, he ghosts you. He doesn't show up at all.
Howdy, partner. So when do the rustlers show up? Now just hold on. I meant it when I said I'd help you. Guess I must have dozed off. That's never happened before.
If you've got at least 25 in science, you can ask him about it afterward.
All right, we'll put everything back the way you found it.
Holy shit, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Override? That can't be right. Probably just a malfunctioning tube somewhere. I truly am sorry I couldn't help you, partner. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
Turns out he was remotely shut down. He'll even say it was a command he's never heard before, which is kind of suspicious considering who he works for. Was House testing us? Did he want to see if we could handle ourselves? It's just weird that he would send Victor in the first place to watch us and then not intervene.
If you ever ventured into the Mojave searching for a challenging beast to tackle, you've likely run into the fire gecko, a creature known for its scorching breath. But did you know there's an even bigger, meaner version lurking in the game's code? Gojira, or simply Gecko if you spawn it via console command, is 3 times bigger, sporting a terrifying fire gecko model the size of a super mutant behemoth. By using the following console command, you can bring this gigantic gecko to life. Be forewarned though, he's a big sumbitch boasting 8000 HP and a unique Gojira flame with a base damage of 400 and a DPS of 3200. Practically anything standing near this beast is done for in seconds. Although it carries the name Gojira, the original Japanese name for Godzilla, this titan was never intended to roam freely in-game. According to various sources, Seth, a developer, created Gojira just for fun. In the early stages of the game's development, he apparently unleashed it on Camp McCarran to watch it terrorize NCR troops. This Godzilla would have been game-breaking. It trumps every major foe, including the X-42 giant Robo-Scorpion, the legendary Deathclaw, and the legendary Bloatfly. It is so formidable that a single flame breath attack can annihilate entire squads of enemies. Even the most feared bosses in the game crumble in seconds against it. Essentially, Gojira tips the scales of difficulty so severely that keeping it in the base game could have shattered game balance. Gojira has cemented its place in New Vegas legend as a stress test creature that was never meant to see the light of day.
Alright, let's talk about Roxy, the Cyberdog companion you can create in the Old World Blues DLC. She's not your typical follower like Boone or Eddie. Roxy is actually made in the X8 Research Center by fusing a regular dog with a robot. You can build her yourself once you find the right holotape, which is located downstairs on a big table near the door to the institutional test area in X8. After you grab it, head down the hallway to the left of the X8 entrance. That's where the splicing terminal is. You then pop the holotape into the terminal and boom, you've got Roxy. Roxy's a bit different from the other companions in terms of control though. She doesn't use the standard companion wheel. If you want her to follow you or stay put, you've got to talk to her directly. Also, she's kind of homebound. She won't leave the X8 facility. If you try to walk out, she'll just sit by the entrance. But what's cool is that Roxy will return at the end of the game in a slide. If you make Roxy and Rex is still alive back in the Mojave, the game's ending slide will say that somehow Roxy escaped a big mountain and eventually met up with Rex. The two of them then go on to have a litter of cyber puppies called the Boston Terrifiers.
There's no fucking
How
way
this
they
works
had cyber
is
puppies.
anyone's guess, because they aren't just organic pups.
There's no way they're just born with fucking electronical parts on them.
The slide says that they construct them. They're cyber puppies. So they're probably built using the machines where Roxy was made.
Oh,
the bigger issue is how the hell they're supposed to grow with cybernetic limbs and organs. Also, you can only get this slide if you have the Wild Wasteland trait, so the whole thing is kinda iffy anyways. But it's something cool to learn if you haven't seen it before. So Matthew's animal husbandry farm might seem like just another rundown spot in the Mojave, but there's actually a super dark story hiding there. Scattered throughout the farm, you'll find torn diary pages that piece together what happened. Apparently, this was a small family-run farm around 2281. Just a couple and their kid. One day, the parents left to head over to Camp Searchlight to grab some supplies, but they never came back. After a few days of waiting, the kid decides to go look for them, and what they find was straight up heartbreaking. Turns out Camp Searchlight had been completely irradiated thanks to some Legion sabotage, and the child's parents didn't make it out as humans. They had been turned into feral ghouls, and when they found them, they attacked in a panic. The kid had to shoot them and then run. Back at the farm, things didn't exactly improve. Alone, traumatized, and barely holding it together, the child starts to spiral. The diary entries get darker, accusing the animals, which were malnourished Brahmin and bighorners, of plotting to take over the farm. They become convinced that they're turning into ghouls too and wants to stop them before it's too late. And then in the final page, they make a decision. If the animals want the farm, they can't have it. So the child sets the farmhouse on fire while still inside. When you read it for the first time, your heart just kind of drops. It's a little shocking, honestly.
Welcome to the headquarters of the Sunset Sarsaparilla Company. Wrangle up a stool and listen to old Festus jaw a while.
What's New Vegas's favorite drink? I'll give you a hint. It isn't Nuka-Cola. Sunset Sarsaparilla is the most popular drink in the West. But did you ever stop to wonder what's actually in this legendary soda? Founded way back in 1918, the Sunset Sarsaparilla Company built an empire around its iconic beverage, whose popularity soared nationwide and even into Canada by the year 2077. Of course, success breeds imitation, and even Nuka-Cola tried to mimic its flavor with their own Nuka-Cola Wild. But Sunset Sarsaparilla had a darker side, and before the bombs fell, a controversial study broadcasted on national television claimed the drink caused a shocking array of side effects. From nausea and dizziness to anxiety, tooth decay, organ damage, and ironically, even digital numbness. The company fiercely denied these claims but quietly ramped up their public relations efforts to save face and preserve profits.
If you're hear about the health advisory that aired on Channel 6 recently, say, silly old advisory.
Adding to the intrigue, an urban legend emerged just before the Great War. Rumor had it, special bottle caps marked with a blue star could earn you an incredible prize from the Sunset Sarsaparilla Company. Kind of like hunting for that special star on lollipop wrappers as a kid that we all used to do, and we always found it too. Even better, if you've played New Vegas's Honest Hearts add-on, you might have discovered a secret. A recipe to craft your very own homebrewed version of Sunset Sarsaparilla. All it takes is a single bottle cap, an empty Sunset Sarsaparilla bottle, Nevada agave fruit, and some xander root. While the root sadly isn't something you'll find at your local grocery store, the internet has speculated it might taste something like a ginger root. So if you ever wanted to whip up your own sunset-inspired soda at home, ginger might just be your secret ingredient. To be honest, I'm not a huge soda person, so y'all have to let me know in the comments if you tried recreating it and if it was worth the effort. The Holy Frag Grenade is a unique weapon in New Vegas that many of us never got to experience or use. Hidden deep within the irradiated ruins of Camp Searchlight lies this unique and devastatingly powerful weapon. Available exclusively to players who choose the Wild Wasteland trait, the Holy Frag Grenade isn't your ordinary explosive. It's a playful homage to Monty Python's classic comedy, The Holy Grail. Complete with a white cross painted dramatically on its side, this grenade packs a heavenly punch, dealing significantly more direct and explosive damage than a standard frag grenade. But the Holy Frag Grenade isn't just powerful, it's uniquely accessible, requiring absolutely no explosive skills to wield, unlike its mundane counterparts. Unfortunately, Divine Intervention only blesses players with 3 grenades total. These explosive treasures never respawn, making every throw a monumental decision, so use them sparingly if at all. Getting your hands on these sacred grenades isn't easy either. They're guarded fiercely by 2 golden geckos lurking in the basement of a church, reinforcing their holy and dangerous aura. If your character has a loose cannon trait or the splash damage perk, be warned. Escaping the grenade's powerful blast might be a challenge, and even deadly creatures who survive the blast will turn hostile. Without the Wild Wasteland trait, there will be too many nukes sitting in lieu of the grenades instead. Fun fact, the Holy Frag Grenade's roots trace all the way back to Fallout 2, where developers initially planned a holy hand grenade encounter inspired by Monty Python, but sadly never implemented it, at least yet. Next time you're roaming the Mojave with the Wild Wasteland trait, make a pilgrimage to Camp Searchlight and enjoy.
Barton Thorne is a prospector living near Good Springs in 2281. Not much is known about Barton or his motives, but he tries to deceive the courier by telling them to kill the geckos on the ridge to save his girl. Afterward, he tries to kill the courier in order to retrieve a treasure stashed at the ridge overlook. Well, interestingly, Note to Self is a paper note which was cut from the final version of Fallout New Vegas. According to its editor ID, the note was actually meant to be assigned to Barton Thorne. It says this: "Remember not to roll off the cliff and kill yourself while you're sleeping. You'll show her, you'll show everyone. What does too stupid to live even mean anyway?" This dude was having a manic episode, clearly. I'm not sure why the note was cut from the game though, but it's always fun shedding light on the cut content anyway. If you ever find yourself wandering south of Nipton Road pit stop, you might stumble across the Scorpion Burrow. This place is an unmarked location in the dry lake bed, and it's exactly what it sounds like, a nasty little hideout full of rad scorpions. Outside of the burrow, things are already sketchy. We run into a bunch of giant rad scorpions, and just to make it more chaotic, a pack of night stalkers. And those two groups don't get along and will usually start fighting each other, unless they spot you. Then congratulations, you become target number 1. Now, if you're a psychopath and decide to head inside, the burrow itself is just one long tunnel that opens up into 2 larger rooms. It's not a maze or anything, but it's full of scorpions. Right near the entrance, you'll come across a dead wastelander, and deeper there are 2 more bodies, including 2 more wastelanders, a dead Jackal gang member, and a prospector who clearly didn't make it. At the end of the tunnel is where the real nightmare begins, the Rad Scorpion Queen. She is massive, tough, and absolutely not messing around. This is an arachnophobe's absolute nightmare. And I know they're not spiders, but they kind of elicit that same feeling. If you know, you know. Anyways, it's a pretty crazy place that's just unmarked and found in a hole in the middle of the desert. I love it.
I remember even finding that when I went through.
So there's this little oddity called the storage room safe note. It's just a scrap of paper you can pick up, and it's supposed to be the password for a terminal in the basement of the RepCon test site. You get this note automatically added to your Pip-Boy after checking out an entry called Storage Room Terminal on one of the administrator's terminals. It's on the 2nd floor of the RepCon facility. It says, "Hi Steve, we finished converting that old generator room into storage, like you asked. If you need to get into the safe, the password is RepCon. Thanks, Bill." Now here's the funny part. The terminal in the basement that this note is supposed to unlock, well, it's already unlocked by default. So the password is basically useless. Most people figure it was just part of some cut content or an idea that didn't make it into the final version of the game. Thanks, Bill. You know, a lot of people never really mess with the Misfortune perk, which is kind of a shame because it's actually one of the most bizarre and interesting perks in the game. Once you've got it, there's a 10% chance that Misfortune will show up when you use VATS. It's kind of like the Mysterious Stranger, she pops in and out of nowhere to lend a hand, but this one's with a twist. Instead of finishing off enemies like the Stranger does, Misfortune doesn't deal much direct damage. Instead, she stuns enemies, basically knocking them out or fatigues them. But her attacks do more than just daze people. She can randomly mess up multiple enemies in an area and even has a high chance of damaging or completely breaking their weapons. That does include grenades, by the way. If she hits someone holding one, it might explode right in their hands. And just like she shows up suddenly, she vanishes just as quick once the VAT sequence ends. Now technically you can pick up both the Misfortune and Mysterious Stranger perks in the same playthrough, but they'll never appear together. They share the same activation trigger, so it's always one or the other. There are theories about who or what Misfortune actually is. Nobody knows for sure. Some fans think she might be immortal, maybe even something cosmic or eldritch, but she definitely doesn't behave like a normal person. She seems to attach herself to people involved in big world-changing events, like the Courier. So is she some kind of time cop, keeping things on track by protecting key players? Maybe, or maybe she's some kind of fear-feeding entity that draws energy from adrenaline and danger, appearing only when her meal ticket, which is you, is in trouble. Or here's a wild one, what if she's just some poor soul who got tangled up in a Vault-Tec experiment gone wrong? Maybe she's permanently bonded with a Pip-Boy and phases in and out of reality whenever VATS is triggered. If that's the case, man, I really don't want to know what kind of dimension she gets yanked back to between appearances. So yeah, Misfortune might not be as flashy as the Mysterious Stranger, but there's definitely more going on underneath the surface. Whether she's a glitch in reality, a timeline guardian, or just a walking Vault-Tec horror story, we'll probably never know. It's another mystery we probably won't ever solve, and we have no other pieces of lore mentioning her outside of the perk, unlike the Mysterious Stranger.
Before getting into the RepCon sign, we wanted to give a quick refresher of what the original site was. Once a bustling rocket launch facility poised to merge with Robco Industries, RepCon's fate took a shitty turn following a disastrous waste spill. When Robco executives arrived to inspect, the spill severely damaged RepCon's standing, spiraling into a blame game between Steve Reynolds, the launch facility project manager, and Martin, a senior engineer. Reynolds accused Martin of negligence, while Martin pointed fingers at Reynolds' harsh working conditions. Ultimately, the merger fell apart, leaving the RepCon site abandoned and forgotten. Now about that missing O from the RepCon site. Wander over to Gibson's scrapyard and you'll uncover a cool Easter egg. The O from the RepCon sign is repurposed by none other than Old Lady Gibson herself, as her favorite chair of course. It's a subtle and often overlooked connection between Old Gibson and the test site. Old Lady Gibson fondly reminisces how she and her late husband spent years scavenging the RepCon test site and making a living by selling whatever scraps they could salvage. It's these small but thoughtful details, like a scavenger's prized possession being a repurposed piece of the Wasteland's history, that make New Vegas so memorable. Usually, I don't try and take the time to enjoy the small moments like this to appreciate this humble chair, but the O from RepCon's forgotten past and the quiet story it tells about resilience and adaptation in the Wasteland is a cool thing to see, since it's likely what people would have to do if they were in her situation. In her type of lifestyle, you'd really have to make do with what you got.
Ring-a-ding, baby, ta-ta.
If you've wandered the neon-soaked streets of New Vegas, you've undoubtedly crossed paths with Benny, the slick, fast-talking head of the chairman and mastermind behind a bold plot to seize control of New Vegas from Mr. House. Benny isn't just any secondary antagonist. He's charismatic, cunning, and surprisingly charming when he wants to be. At least that's what the ladies say. But here's something you might have missed. If your courier was female and chose a rather intimate approach in dealing with Benny, meaning you slept with him and then generously spared his life afterward, he leaves behind a unique, somewhat cheeky note known as the thanks baby note. Now, I realize that these are a lot of ifs. For instance, I never once thought to play as a female courier, nor did I think to try and sleep with Benny, nor would I even think to spare this sap's life. But if the stars aligned and that was your playthrough, then this is likely old news. But for me, and likely a large portion of you watching, enjoy the listen. Pussycat, thanks for showing this cat the best hey he's ever. Talk about platinum and fuck, let's redo it. Pussycat, thanks for showing this cat the best hey he's ever. Talk about platinum in the sack toots. Where'd you learn that 18-karat trick with the heels of your feet? You didn't just make my toes curl, they popped off and rolled under the bed. I wish I could stay for another round, but this gent's got places to be and things to do. You showing up has forced my hand, baby. The time to act is now. I won't be around for a while, but if everything works out right, you and me are a date, got it? Wouldn't miss it for all the caps in Vegas. Now don't get clingy and try to follow me. Ciao, Benny. I hope you enjoyed my take on Benny. I probably didn't do him the service he needs, but he's a piece of shit anyways, guys.
Private Kyle Edwards is an NCR soldier turned ghoul found at Camp Searchlight. He's holed up in a Searchlight home northwest of the elementary school. If he meets your companion Raul, you might have an interaction like this.
Cheer up, kid. It's not that bad. Sure, your skin rots off, and you start to stink like a public toilet after Cinco de Mayo. But,
What? How is that not bad? In fact, how could it get worse?
Well, assuming you survive the radiation sickness, the lynch mobs, and the possibility of going feral, one day, you'll get old and decrepit, like me.
Oh, God.
What? Was it something I said?
I'll keep this one short. Think of something reminiscent of Oblivion's paintbrushes, an inanimate object with a weird trait. In order to see what I mean, start by spending your entire day playing New Vegas, playing through the main quest line, various side quests, and then getting to the point of delirium. Once you're at this point, take out a shotgun and go shoot a tumbleweed or two. As demonstrated, these seemingly lightweight, innocuous plants don't behave as you'd expect. Instead of scattering or disintegrating, tumbleweeds react with bizarre physics, bouncing erratically or shooting off at unnatural speeds and angles. A lot of players don't really think about shooting tumbleweeds, so it's a quirk in the game that goes unnoticed often. But once you know, then it's hard not to shoot them when you see them. Yes, we're still on tumbleweeds. Are they alive? Are they sentient? Fallout almost introduced something even stranger than tumbleweeds that defied physics. They almost introduced sentient, radioactive tumbleweeds. Yes, you heard that right. Not only were these bizarre wasteland flora alive, but they also had a mind of their own. Hidden deep within the game's resources lies an unused entity known simply as the radioactive tumbleweed. Classified as an actual creature rather than an object, these crusty plants emitted radiation on par with a glowing one, and they could independently roll around the Mojave and even add health, meaning you could kill them. So why didn't these haunting glowing weeds make the final cut? New Vegas' designer Joshua Sawyer explained that the radioactive tumbleweeds were ultimately removed because their inclusion caused significant game-breaking bugs. Despite the concerns, I could just imagine wandering the Mojave at night, the unsettling green glow of radiation in the distance, only to realize it wasn't a ghoul or a glowing radroach, but a rolling sentient weed silently hunting you down. While this bizarre concept didn't quite make it into the final game, I wonder if there will be an Easter egg in the TV show's second season. If so, you'll likely be one of the few to know that it's at all an Easter egg. What does the rows of Sharon Cassidy, Ganon, and Veronica have in common? I mean, aside from their wit or unique backstories. Any ideas? They're all quietly linked by a membership in a secret, oddly named faction buried within the game's code. The Don't Tase Me Bro faction. But what's the purpose of the secret group with a name that represents the early 2000s so well? Simply put, it's designed to prevent these beloved companions from getting tased, or in Mojave terms, vaporized, by the vigilant Stripgate Securitrons. It's essentially a hidden safety net that ensures Cass, Arcade, and Veronica won't meet an untimely and shocking demise at the hands of these security bots. While this little detail isn't as grand or conspiratorial as, say, the Illuminati, it's still a secret faction that we sadly don't get to be a part of. But it's nice knowing our friends get some diplomatic community in the lawless West.
Let's talk about the Lake Lurk Hunter theory. This idea popped up in the community after players kept stumbling across dead or wounded lake lurks out in the wild. Now sure, that could just mean they got into a scrap with other creatures, maybe even other lake lurks. Maybe there's some weird internal drama in the lake lurk world we don't understand yet. But things get strange when you realize every single lake lurk corpse people found was totally cleaned out. There was no lake lurk meat left behind, and that's not normal. Usually when an NPC or creature dies in a fight, there's still lootable stuff on them. The meat's always there unless something or someone took it. And it doesn't stop there. In the same areas, players started finding lake lurk egg clutches completely emptied out. They're not just damaged or broken, but picked clean. Like someone came in, knew what they were doing, and took exactly what they wanted. Another weird thing is it's never a total bloodbath. Some lake lurks are left alive, and you never find the bodies of whatever or whoever fought them. That's super unusual. Normally in a big fight between creatures, the losers' bodies are right there on the ground. Not here. So the theory started forming. What if there's a lake lurk hunter out there? Not just some random wastelander, but someone that's really skilled. Like expert level stealth, sharpshooter, and probably trained in sustainable hunting practices. Maybe this person's studying lake lurks, trying to learn more about their biology and behavior. Or maybe they've been hired by some faction for some secret job. Or hey, maybe they're just out there living off the land, but with a weirdly focused obsession on hunting lake lurks. Some people think the hunter avoids energy weapons too, because in all the supposed hunting sites, there's zero plasma residue or blast damage. So odds are they're using regular firearms, no flashy tech, just classic bullets and stealth. There's no mention of a lake lurk hunter anywhere in the game's files. No NPC, no hidden quest, nothing in the coding. Which means for now, this whole theory is based entirely on what players have pieced together from clues in the game world. But that mystery, that's part of what makes it so compelling. Is it just a coincidence, or did Obsidian sneak in some unspoken wasteland legend for players to uncover? There's this weird little item in the game called the Evil Gnome. At first glance, it looks just like your average garden gnome. Same size, same weight, same, hey, I've been sitting in someone's yard too long thing. But instead of the usual goofy grin and the red hat, this guy's wearing a creepy scowl and some black rimmed glasses. He's not here to brighten your garden. He's here to judge it. There are actually two versions of the evil gnome in the game. They're functionally identical, same value and same weight, but they've got different internal IDs. One's labeled the GOTY gnome and the other's the Scotty gnome. If you want to find one, you can find the Scotty gnome version deep in the Fireroot Cavern. It's up in the part of the cave that leads you out from the irradiated pool area filled with the fire geckos. The gnome's kind of hidden among some plants, so it's easy to miss. Plus, with all the geckos running around or bumping into things, it can get knocked out of the original spot. The second one, the GOTY gnome, is way easier to find. It's sitting on a dresser in the Lucky 38 presidential suite. So if you're into weird collectibles, there you go. But knowing you guys, you're definitely going for both. The evil gnome is actually a nod to Fallout New Vegas' lead world builder Scott Everts. Hence the editor ID Scotty Gnome. And yeah, the gnome even kind of looks like him, which makes it even better, I guess. Next time you're decorating your home, maybe give the evil gnome a spot on the shelf. Just don't turn your back on it.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I hate you.
There's this title in Caesar's Legion that most players probably gloss over unless they're digging deep into the lore. This. You didn't think I'd actually try to pronounce that, right? I'm sure it sounds super official and fancy in Latin, but it basically translates to Consul of the Offices of Slavery. Yeah, that kind of job. The role exists within the inner workings of Caesar's Legion, and it's all about managing the slave trade. The guy running things in 2281 is M. Licinius Crassus, and under him are administrators like this. These dudes are the paper pushers of human trafficking. They're in charge of writing up legal-looking documents for slave sales and purchases. It's cold, organized, and very much how part of the Legion keeps its system running. Now, if you've done the One for My Baby quest in Novak, you might have stumbled across a holotape called the Bill of Sale. You find it inside an easy lock safe at the Dino Delight front desk. It's the smoking gun that confirms what Craig Boone already suspects. His wife Carla Boone was sold into slavery by none other than Jeannie Mae Crawford. The holotape straight up spells it out. It's written in that creepy formal legal tone, saying the Legion bought Carla Boone and even her unborn child for a total of 1,500 bottle caps. It promises that both of them are sound, healthy, and slaves for life. There's even a clause saying they owe Jeannie Mae another 500 caps if the baby is born successfully. The whole thing is signed by that guy on behalf of the consul. It's a reminder of how brutal and bureaucratic the Legion can be. They're not just about fighting and conquering, they've got a whole system behind the scenes keeping their cruelty running like a well-oiled machine. And Jeannie Mae, she was complicit in all of it, selling out Boone's family like it was just business.
This one is infamous to say the least, and although it's deep, the theory has quite the cult following. On the far edge of the Mojave sits a shack with no real purpose. No quests, no enemies, no loot worth mentioning. Just an old trailer and some dusty electronics, and a busted radio tower. This is Lone Wolf Radio, and for years it's been the center of one of Fallout's most unsettling myths. According to Fallout urban legend, Lone Wolf Radio wasn't always so lifeless. It was once home to a cut character known simply as the Lone Wolf, a deranged and sadistic radio host broadcasting cryptic, disturbing rants across the Mojave. His show aired at random times during the day, filled with violent ramblings, but it always went silent at 11 p.m. Then, at 3 a.m., the broadcast would return, with the Lone Wolf and a different child every night. Each time, the Lone Wolf would eerily announce, "Everyone is gone. You are all alone. Let it all end," before unaliving the child live on air. Listening in at the right time would trigger a quest called Little Dead Riding Hood, where the courier would have to track down the killer or join him. It was said that joining the Lone Wolf granted a perk allowing you to unalive children in-game, something previously impossible in the Fallout series. Of course, this content never made it to the final build. Supposedly, it was cut due to its disturbing nature and the technical demand of recording dozens of unique script murders. Creepy, right? Well, here's the truth. According to New Vegas' developer Denise McMurray, who designed the location, the real inspiration came from a conspiracy theorist she encountered at the University of Oregon. She imagined what would happen if that guy went from shouting on street corners to broadcasting from a backwater pirate radio tower. The rest? It's all pure fanfiction, a modern creepypasta. Even Josh Sawyer, the game's director, addressed the myth in a Twitch Q&A, saying flat out, "It's completely made up. All that stuff about Lone Wolf Radio is completely made up." To be honest, it's impressive that the theory was so loud at the time that even the game's director caught wind. Still, the location's name and setup draw subtle influence from Wolfman Jack, a real-life underground radio icon from the 1960s who broadcast from Mexico, eluding authorities and sparking countless urban legends. Though, I don't think child unalivings were on his list of notoriety. Whether you believe the myth or not, the silence coming from that lonely tower still sends shivers down the spines of curious couriers everywhere.
Ever stop to wonder who actually runs the Mojave Music Radio in New Vegas? I mean, it's just there, playing old tunes non-stop without a DJ, no announcements, no commentary, just the music from the bygone era. Compared to someone like Mr. New Vegas, MMR feels eerily quiet. There are some theories. Maybe there's some lone survivalist holed up in a hidden bunker or a dusty warehouse, still spinning records or holotapes on pre-war radio gear. No talking or jokes, just music. Maybe the songs are all he has left to remind him of the world before everything went to hell. He doesn't care about ratings or reaching people, it's just for him, and whoever's out there still listening. Some people think this might actually be coming from Lone Wolf Radio, the little trailer you can find out in the desert. The story goes that someone might have lived there, set up a looping playlist of their favorite oldies, and then either died or just walked away from it all. There are scribbles and messages on the wall inside the trailer suggesting that the person who set it up might have done it right before the bombs dropped, and maybe took their own life after everything fell apart. So if that's true, Mojave Music Radio might just be some old playlist on loop, still playing decades later untouched. A piece of the pre-war world that just keeps going even though the world that made it is long gone. Weirdly, it plays the exact same music loop of the Black Mountain broadcast, just without Tabitha interrupting here and there. Maybe that's a connection. Maybe it's just House and he created another station. Currently, we have no solid proof of where it is located and no mentions beyond the broadcast itself. Kinda creeps me out knowing that someone's just out there being quiet behind all of these songs. Here's a theory that's been floating around. What if the fiends aren't fully aware of what they're doing? I mean, yeah, they're dangerous, sadistic, and completely unhinged, but what if part of it comes from the fact that they're basically hallucinating reality 24/7? These guys are constantly on chems that mess with your head, like severely. Psycho, for example, increases aggression and lowers inhibitions. Jet messes with your perception of time. Combine those with long-term use and you've got a brain that's not even close to working right. So what if, in their warped minds, they're not even seeing the wasteland as we do? Now, I'm not saying that they see regular people as literal demons or monsters, because let's be real, some of the stuff they would do gets weird in a whole new way if that were the case. But what maybe they don't see is innocence as innocent. Maybe they just see threats or shadows or something else entirely. They might not see a settler, just a blur of movement and a rush of adrenaline. Not a person begging for their life, but something getting in their way. It doesn't excuse their actions, not by a long shot, but it could explain why they're so relentlessly violent and unhinged. They might be so far gone from reality that they don't know who they're hurting, or they just don't care. Some people even bring up how you can find dead civilians in fiend territory who look like they were absolutely torn apart. There's no context or story, just carnage. That lines up with this theory that their violence isn't always calculated. It's reactive and chaotic, maybe even driven by hallucinations. And let's not forget, a lot of fiends were likely just desperate people from outer Vegas. Poor, addicted, abandoned, and then dragged into this hellish lifestyle by promises of more chems and safety in numbers. So what do you think? Are the fiends fully conscious monsters, or are they victims of their own chem-fueled madness, fighting hallucinations in a world they can't even process anymore? The theory here doesn't have much substance beyond our understanding of addicts in the real world, and it's mostly just circumstantial stuff. But I thought it was still an interesting one to include because it does make some sense. More than likely, there probably are some fiends that are too far gone and more like animals, but there are definitely fiends that still have a sharp mind and know exactly what they're doing.
For many of us, the road is a difficult one, but the path is always there for us to follow, no matter how many times we may fall.
Let's start with the Visionaries. In Fallout 1, we meet Richard Gray, better known as the Master, a brilliant doctor who, after a fateful dip in the FEV vats at Mariposa, transforms into a twisted being with a singular goal: unite the wasteland under the super mutants. Fast forward to Fallout New Vegas, and we have Edward Sallow, the man who becomes Caesar. Using his knowledge as a former follower of the Apocalypse, he captivates tribes in the wasteland, rallying them into the formidable military machine called Caesar's Legion. Both the Master and Caesar shape grand ideologies meant to shape the new world. The Master envisions the Unity, a new evolutionary step for humanity through the forced evolutionary virus, while Caesar pushes to unify the wasteland's tribes under an iron-fisted empire modeled after ancient Rome. But every visionary has a loyal companion or lieutenant at their side, at least for a while. In Fallout 1, Harold was one of the few survivors alongside Richard Gray during the Mariposa expedition. He was a merchant and adventurer who also got exposed to the FEV virus, though his transformation was less extreme. Where Gray evolved into the Master, Harold became a ghoul who spent much of his time wandering and spreading tall tales of what happened. In New Vegas, Joshua Graham, once a quiet Mormon missionary, became Caesar's feared right hand, the first legate of the Legion. He earned a ruthless reputation on the battlefield, and together, he and Caesar built the Legion from the ground up, forging a path of conquest across the Southwest. Despite their early bonds, both pairs split in a major life-changing way. When the Master embraces the idea of turning Wastelanders into super mutants, Harold sees a nightmare. Though Harold isn't a direct enemy of the Unity, he becomes a living symbol of the horrific risks and moral costs of the Master's vision. Ultimately, Harold remains a ghoul, wandering from place to place, detached from any grand cause. Meanwhile, Caesar blames Joshua Graham for the Legion's failure at the First Battle of Hoover Dam, condemning him to be burned alive and thrown into the Grand Canyon. Against all odds, Graham survives and emerges as the legendary Burned Man. Where Harold mostly drifts, Graham seeks redemption and battles with his own violent past, adopting a new faith-driven approach while remaining forever scarred by Caesar's betrayal. Both Harold and Graham carry physical and psychological wounds that serve as a permanent reminder of what happened. Harold is disfigured by ghoulification. Over time, a little tree named Bob, or Herbert depending on who you ask, grows from his head, marking him as a truly unique figure in the wasteland. Joshua Graham is wrapped in bandages from head to toe, his body burned beyond recognition. He grapples with guilt over his brutal actions as Caesar's legate, searching for some form of spiritual penance in Zion Canyon. These scars speak to the heavy cost of following great and terrible leaders. The last key parallel? Both lieutenants now stand in an ironic defiance to the grand ideologies they were once a part of. Harold was never fully aligned with the Master's unity, but he's an everlasting testament to the beginnings of that experiment, a walking story about what happens when you tamper with nature. Joshua Graham was once the most devout soldier of Caesar's Legion. Now he atones for the violence he committed in Caesar's name, living in defiance of his former master's legacy. Whether through apathy in Harold's case or a spiritual rebirth in Graham's, both characters ultimately reject or outgrow their leader's ideologies. So where do these parallels leave us? They highlight a timeless theme in the Fallout franchise, how one charismatic figure's ambition can profoundly reshape another's life. In each case, these followers live on, scarred physically and mentally as a living history of their leader's rise and fall.
At first glance, he's great. He's cheerful even. He's helpful. He's programmed literally to agree with everything you say. He helps you ditch all the power players, House, NCR, Legion, and he gives you the option to take control of New Vegas for yourself, which is total freedom, right? But then he drops this one line, this one single line at the end of the Independent Vegas ending.
I found some code snippets in one of Mr. House's databanks that will let me, reprogram my personality to be a little more assertive, basically.
And that's where the theory begins. Because the second Yes Man says a little more assertive, fans everywhere suddenly felt a disturbance in the force. That line flips a switch from this robot's just a tool to wait, is this guy going to evolve? Yes Man was programmed by Mr. House's systems, but modified by Benny. The idea was simple, make a version of House's Securitron AI that doesn't say no, and that's it. He's all smiles and no free will. But what's the catch? Well, he's also got adaptive programming. That means he can learn, self-modify, and upgrade. That's pretty dangerous in a post-apocalyptic world, because once a machine starts to improve itself, it's only a matter of time before it starts making decisions. Not taking orders, but giving them. On the surface, the line seems harmless. Yes Man just wants to be more helpful, right? But when you think about it, who's he helpful to? You're not around forever. Maybe your courier dies. Maybe you just vanish into legend like most lone wanderers tend to do. So now you've got a super intelligent, self-upgrading AI running Vegas, managing infrastructure, controlling an army of Securitrons, and possibly reprogramming even more bots. At what point does being helpful turn into making decisions for the greater good, or at least his version of it? It starts with assertive and maybe ends with autonomous. This one little line is vague, it's unsettling, and it wasn't in his programming. If he can make himself assertive, what else can he do? You also never really get the option to shut Yes Man down. He runs Vegas after the game ends, and you give him control, and now he's learning and he's evolving. And worst of all, you trained him to follow your example. If your courier was ruthless, unpredictable, and power hungry, well, maybe Yes Man learned from the best. So is Yes Man evil? Not yet, but that's the terrifying part. He's not evil now, he's just friendly, helpful, and harmless until he's not. because no one ever expects the smiling assistant to become the final boss. But when that assistant controls an entire city and an army of robots, yeah, you might want to start worrying. The Sierra Madre wasn't just a mysterious casino introduced in Dead Money. It was actually hiding in plain sight before the DLC even launched. There are multiple references to the Sierra Madre throughout the base game, showing that the developers had this haunted resort planned from the beginning. You can actually spot graffiti across the Mojave that hints at it. One of the most notable examples is on the side of the Nevada Highway Patrol Station, where someone scrawled, "I wish I was at the Sierra Madre," complete with a sad face next to it. That writing is there even if you don't have Dead Money installed. Then there's more. On a Corvega billboard near Junction 15, someone spray painted "Gone to Sierra Madre." And on the back of the Lucky 38 billboard near Sloan, another message says, "Left my heart at the Sierra Madre." These aren't one-off mentions, they're deliberate and repeated references placed throughout the wasteland. You'll also find promotional posters in places like the East Pump Station and Monte Carlo Suites. These posters show elegant women lounging with cocktails or draped across luxury furniture, with phrases like "Begin Again" printed on them. Exactly the same branding and messaging used inside the Sierra Madre itself. And those same posters even show up in postcard form next to the terminals and lockers, long before you ever get dragged to the real thing. Even the NCR acknowledges the place. By 2281, they named a military decoration after it, the Star of the Sierra Madre, which President Kimball was planning to award Jeremy Watson during his Hoover Dam visit. All of this shows that the Sierra Madre wasn't some isolated concept dropped in later. It was always part of the world, lurking just beneath the surface and waiting to pull you in. It's a brilliant bit of environmental storytelling that feels like the casino was watching you long before you ever set foot inside.
As Mason mentioned, we have another fully realized New Vegas iceberg in the queue, so stay tuned and subscribe if you're into going all in on Fallout lore with us. We can't wait to show you just how deep the Fallout rabbit hole goes, and remember, enjoyed time is never wasted time, and we'll see you in the next.
Damn.
The Fallout franchise has a long and complex history and timeline that has been expanding its post-apocalyptic future ever since the original games released back in 1997. With 4 mainline games, a handful of spin-offs, and now a TV show that's set within the same universe, the series has a big, meaty timeline to wrap your head around. Interplay in Bethesda's bleak bonkers franchise has a megaton of lore that spans centuries and even overlaps with our own real-world timeline. But how exactly does it all tie together? Well, despite the mainline games rolling in a roughly chronological order, it can all get a little bit confusing, especially with all the extra world building and timeline diversions that happen years before the games even take place. Not to mention a handful of games that are now considered non-canon and have mostly been thrown out of the timeline. I'll explain that in more detail a little later on. And with the TV show extending the timeline out further into the future, there's a lot to get through, so I better get straight into it. Naturally, there will be spoilers for the TV show as well, which I'll call out when I get to them, so consider this your warning. Hey, my name's Adam, and there is no better time than now to dive into the lore of Fallout. So join me as I break down and explain the franchise's nutty timeline. Our timeline kicks off in the mid-20th century in a post-World War II world that looks very much like our own. But that is all about to change. You see, the world of Fallout diverges from our own in the period after World War II at some point between 1945 to 1961. And imagines a technologically advanced world steeped in the design aesthetics of the 1950s, hence all the retro-futuristic vibes.
Too much.
Despite this, our own history and Fallout share a few key moments, namely the US entering the Vietnam War in the mid-1960s amid a heightening of tensions in the Cold War. But in 1969, the similarities come to an abrupt end, and the Fallout franchise branches off in its own unique direction. Yep, with the threat of communism looming large in Fallout's America, the US makes the radical decision to reshape itself from 50 states into 13 commonwealths. While this plan kinda works in that none of the 13 Commonwealths become communist, it does turn the country into a volatile cesspit.
The complete Fallout timeline explained. This is why I need to just exit out of that every time I hop out. I still have it. I thought I had it turned off whenever I joined up.
I should have done more. I hope those raiders pay for what they've done.
Thank you for telling me, Evo. I would have not known. Oh, it's already 5 a.m. That's what time I hopped on the stream. Bro's creeping over me while I'm asleep.
Not now. Suit yourself.
Never fear, sir. I will ensure your safety to the best of my
You got what it takes to go far with us.
Oh.
Nice day. Where are we headed?
Yeah?
Most folks are just looking for a hand.
What am I going to build today? Where's Trash Can Carla? She always spawns in and out. I have no use of her.
You ain't gonna last once you leave the wall, so don't get chummy.
Did he say it to me? You were selling me that.
Oh yeah, works are real down. Security! This is the job that I love. Shit! Here comes! Hold on!
Oh, the Oblivion comes out this week, though. I want to see how it is. Yeah, bro. That would be cool as hell if it comes out this week. I might add it. I might just start playing that. I wanted to see they do a Morrowind remake, but that'd be a little bit far back. Oh, you want to take a swing at me, huh? Why? Oh, he's dead already. So many people I can kill. Not too many. Nope. Time to get my water.
Balance out the chemistry in your life. You work too hard.
causes the whole body to slow down. Really? Oh yeah, work's a real downer.
I ain't your friend, Scava.
Puts a little jet into your meals every day. Whole body lifted right up. Thanks. Chem Care cares about you.
Oh, why is it blurry? What in the fuck? Yeah, load in. Damn.
We got our own
Shit blurry for some reason.
nice pet boy.
Who needs a haircut? Everyone needs a haircut. Step up.
Everyone who's anyone reads public transit.
No skull in the league. Stand a swatter.
Synth-free shopping, right here. I may sell just about everything, but none of it is scrap.
Let's see what you have.
Just don't call it junk.
Buy all those. Why is it not loading? What do I want to sell? What the fuck? This might be a clutch item to have. Whatever. I should be good. No, that's annoying. Hold up. There it goes. Nice. Sometimes it takes some time for me to do it. Alright, this is where I die over and over again. Right here. Oh, man. I can see that in my screen. What the fuck? Alright, this is where I die. Let's see what happens.
Fucking kill!
Nice. Where they at?
Winged me in the damn leg.
They're all above me.
Getting tired yet? Where'd that little fucker go?
I feel like I had to kill way more of them when I first hopped in here last time.
Terminal only.
No sign of him now. Whoa, shut the fuck up. Somebody hears him. Nothing there now.
Terminal somewhere. Yes.
Up. Protectron.
Shit, I do not care. I'm here for the XP. Kill him. Finalize.
That's it.
Alright, time to kill what's ever in my path. Nope. I almost just jumped off. Nope. Oh my fucking gosh. Wait, am I actually stuck? Oh my god. Oh wow. Come on.
Did you hear that? The jet will get jittery.
Whoa,
OP now or some shit? That's when I came through here. I got fucked. No. Yikes. What in the hell do I, what do I have that's too much? It's part junk. Fucking hot plate, like what do I have that for?
Terminal's got this locked.
Let's open thou door. Where is this cock bag at? I'm trying to find him. Fuck. Let me open. Oh my gosh. Don't mind if I smoke those real quick. Huh? Oh, there it is. Was that Mark 1? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here, man. Come on. What in the hell? Kate, where you at, man? It's like every time I need her, she just somewhere a mile away.
Go check that out.
Yep, I've got it. Finally, bit of a challenge. I'll see what I can do. Oh yeah, I love that click. Lock's open.
Nice. Let's see what's going on outside. I just quick save the jump. I'm cooked.
Shook up over nothing.
Weak ass trap. The hell is it? There's no way you could hit me all the way from down there. My OP or some shit? I was not able to do this like 2 episodes ago. I was dying to the first person I saw. What happens if I jump in there? Aw, damn. I thought it was like a bath bomb dropped into a swimming pool or some shit. Or are these assholes? Show yourself. Kate. There you go. That's all of them. Easy money.
Help! If he tries to leave, kill him. Must be pretty strong to make it here.
It was easy.
Most of them were never gonna be worth forging in the first place. See, Jake? Here's someone who might actually be worth my time. Unlike you.
They're gonna kill me.
But I brought everything you asked for. Stealing things from your family farm doesn't prove your strength, boy.
Ooh.
This wonderful sword you brought does put me in the mood to give you one last chance to prove your worth. What do you say? Kill that prisoner and prove that you aren't completely useless. You said we'd be raiding outside the Commonwealth. These people aren't even a threat to us. Prove to me that you can kill. It's him or you. Oh God, what do I do? What do I do?
Walk away, Jake.
Walk away, Jake. You don't have to do this.
Please let me go.
You're right.
Gonna be,
I don't want to do this. I don't want to join the Forge. I just want to go home.
Last. Help! If he tries to leave, kill him. You must be pretty strong to make it.
I want that weapon that he has. It looks cool.
It was easy.
Most of them were never gonna be worth forging in the first place. See, Jake? Here's someone who might actually be worth my time. Unlike you. They're gonna kill me. But I brought everything you asked for. Stealing things from your family farm doesn't prove your strength, boy. Though this wonderful sword you brought does put me in the mood to give you one last chance to prove your worth. What do you say? Kill that prisoner and prove that you aren't completely useless. You said we'd be raiding outside the Commonwealth. These people aren't even a threat to us. Prove to me that you can kill. It's him or you. Oh God, what do I do? What do I do?
Walk away, Jake. Do it.
Walk away, Jake. You don't have to do this.
Please let me go.
You're right.
Gonna be,
I don't
Jake?
want to do this. I don't want to join the Forge. I just want to go home.
Last
Oh,
chance,
lovely.
Jake.
You got a can opener.
Kill the prisoner before I count to 3. It's over. 1. Help! 2.
If the pushing mechanics wrong, I could fucking push him in there. Oh, I'm cooked. I have to plan my ascendance into this shit.
Help! If he tries to leave, kill him. You must be pretty strong to make it here.
A bunch of raiders flinging fire? Not even a challenge.
Most of them were never gonna be worth forging in the first place. See, Jake? Here's someone who might actually be worth my time. Unlike you. They're gonna kill me. But I brought everything you asked for. Stealing things from your family farm doesn't prove your strength, boy. Though this wonderful sword you brought does put me in the mood to give you one last chance to prove your worth. What do you say? Kill that prisoner and prove that you aren't completely useless. You said we'd be raiding outside the Commonwealth. These people aren't even a threat to us. Prove to me that you can kill. It's him or you. Oh God, what do I do? What do I do?
Can we move this along? I've got places to be.
Please let me go.
I just wanted to provide for my family. I don't know if I can do this.
Last chance, Jake. If you don't kill the prisoner before I count to 3.
What should I do?
It's over. 1. Help!
Oh, lovely. You got a can. Opener.
Shit!
I have to protect Jake at all costs. go. See what you got, dude.
Keep your head. Down.
Alright, bet. Oh my gosh, bro. Like, of course. That's the type of shit I be talking about, bro. I just sold me like 2 stim packs right there. Nice. Shish kebab. One of my favorite weapons. What should I level up?
Excuse me.
Wait, I'm sorry. I messed up. I panicked.
Always happy to help.
I don't know what I was thinking trying to join them. Look, I should probably try to go home and make amends. I know I've got no right to ask, but I bet if you're there to explain, things with my dad would go easier. I bet if you bring my great-granddad's sword, he'll make it worth your while. He always tries to deal fair with people. I'll wait for you by the overpass near the farm.
Okay, bad. I remember that mission. I forgot. Some of these, sometimes when you go to one mission, like one quest, like there's a whole other mission that was tied up to that mission, and then it's like, oh, I just did like 2 or 3 missions accidentally.
Got it.
Another flawed candidate bribes his way in, but the blade he gave is impressive. I'll give him the trials. Even if he fails, I'll still have something to show for it. What is their end goal? Jordan and his crew are dead. No surprise. Doubt he was even sober enough to enjoy the fight. Damn, what the fuck? Wait. I can push her now. I'll push her into the fire. That quick save. No. 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 Come on. Motherfucker. Nice. She's taking it like a champ, huh? Mission accomplished. What's down here though? Time to help out General Zhao. Looks like she survived.
You have dampening coil? Ah! Yoshu! Yoshu! Now, to get nuclear fuel.
I'm ready.
The next step seems simple, but do not be deceived. 200 years ago, I launched all of Yangtze's high-yield nuclear missiles, as ordered. For 200 years, I have lived with that guilt, that shame. So much fire, such pain, but one missile failed to launch. You must go down. Remove the warhead, then bring it to me.
I'm on it.
I admire your spirit. While you are getting warhead, I will prepare the reactor. But now I must warn you. There is danger. Wishen. Old crew. Still down there. Not okay like their captain. Worse. They do not harm me. But they will kill you. I cannot kill them. Still, they are my crew. My family. Jaren. All of us. But you must do what you must do.
Let's go. Yeah.
Yes.
Not bad. Remind me to give you some pointers sometime.
Hmm. Only get in there.
Can't break the code.
Okay, I can get in there. Great. First mate.
If my boots get wet, you're finding me another pair.
Terminal's got this locked. Here is the warhead.
No difficulty with the warhead, I trust.
I'm alive, aren't I?
Be resolved, and the thing is done. Now, here is what you must do.
Head down to the reactor. Take dampening coil and warhead with you. First, insert the dampening coil. Carefully. Xiaoxin. Then, put warhead into the reactor. As you do that, I monitor power levels from the control room. Do not put warhead in first. Do that? Sawang. Death for you and me both.
Okay, let's do it.
Captain Zhao.
Was not sure my beautiful Yangtze would hold together. But we did it. Here, payment Zhao promised you. Plus, to show my thanks, I give you these, transponders. Each one acts as a homing signal for missile I can fire from my Yangtze. Only small, tactical news. But you should still get as far away as possible. Throw transponder, like a grenade to activate it. Then wait for Baoza. Kaboom.
I wish you a safe journey.
Many thanks. I look forward to seeing my Zhongguo soon. Soon, I will set sail. You should get ashore. Farewell, American. I must admit, I have met worse capitalists.
Nice.
That clicking noise from your Pip-Boy can't be good.
Loctite.
Where you at, Kate? Need you to unlock this immediately.
Hey. Over here. Move here. Go there.
There's no way I can reach that.
Oh, that was pretty close. I didn't even know it was that close. I thought it was farther away.
your
going on?
face here again.
Is that my boy come home?
What? Jake's back? Oh, thank God. Papa, please. I know I screwed up pretty big. I thought if I joined up, I could keep them from raiding our farm. I didn't. I don't want to hurt anybody.
I don't care what you thought. I told you.
Abraham Francis Finch, that's enough.
Mama,
Shut up, Jake. If I hear anything out of either of you, you'll both be peeling potatoes for the next year. I've watched you two go at it for years and tried to let you sort it out for yourselves. Abraham, your son is a grown man. And if you expect him to act like one, then you'd better stop treating him like a child. Jake, your father and I have been out there, and we know it can be dangerous. We just want to make sure you're prepared. There. It's over. And if I hear another word about it from either of you, so help me.
She's right. Here's something for your help.
Okay. Alright. The fuck was that? That was...
Good news. Finch Farm has joined us.
Okay, good. That's what I like to hear. Something else has come up. You know how it goes. I'll mark it on your map.
Oh my
Find out what
God.
we could use more settlements supporting our cause.
Great.
Probably better unload some of that. Everyone's here, General. There it is. Pretty impressive, huh? Its real name is Fort Independence, but the Minutemen always just called it the castle. Now you can see why I wanted to take it back.
The fuck is Kate at? Can I talk to these motherfuckers?
Definitely. For 600 years old, it's in pretty good shape.
That's right. They don't make them like they used to. We take this place back, people will know we mean business. Our primary objective is to clear the courtyard. That's where we should see the most opposition. The wall on this side is the most exposed. But if we circle around south, we could also reach the main gate.
What are we waiting for? Let's just get in there and shoot those lobsters.
No. If we split up, we can flank them from both sides. It'll be like shooting fish in a barrel.
Why not let them come to us? We set up a firing line on this side and you can draw them out.
Well, General, what do you think?
Set up a firing line, and I'll draw them out.
Sounds good. We'll hold back and wait for them to come to us. Just don't get yourself trapped in there. All right, people. You heard the General. Let's move out. Try not to draw their attention until we're in position.
Okay.
Find anything good on him?
I'm gonna be sick.
Let's go. What the fuck? See what you got. Oh, there they are. I was like, what the hell? go. I forgot about the Mirelurk Queen. That's about to be bad. This is the part where I wish I had a fat man. Because I'm going to go over here and fight a fucking Mirelurk Queen and get cooked. That's not good. I don't think I can go melee for melee with a fucking behemoth and a Mirelurk Queen. Pretty much cooked. Why does he want to fucking kill me? Oh, fuck me. Fucking cooked, dude. Cooked. No, 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 no.
Good work, people. But we aren't done yet. The General and I are gonna have a look at the radio to see what shape it's in. The rest of you, clear out any remaining Mirelurks or eggs you find. Let's go see if there's anything left.
Excellent.
Could be worse. See what you can do with it. I'm gonna go see what else is left.
Once I power this up, we'll be ready to broadcast. Once I power this up, we'll be ready to broadcast. Once I power this up, we'll be ready to broadcast.
They're dead. I think they're fucking dead. Right? What are you even shooting at?
Wow, we really did it. I've been watching the Minutemen fall to pieces for so long, Now we've got to pay off on what we started. Bring the whole Commonwealth together and make it last this time. So, you know, back to business. But with Radio Freedom up and running, we can broadcast alerts to you anywhere, anytime. Which reminds me, I've got another trouble spot.
Oh my.
We've got to show people the Minutemen can really help them.
Alright, give me a sec. I'm gonna go check on Easter stuff. I will be back. I'm about to hop on again tomorrow. Open studio. What's this on? Yeah. I'm about to hop on again tomorrow. Not at the same period of time. I'll probably be hopping on at the exact time I'm on right now. On this period of time at 10 a.m. I gotta go power wash some driveways on my uncle's driveway. Make some money. But I'm going to hop off of this. I'm about to join back up again tomorrow. I don't know what time period. Probably like noon to evening. Make sure to like, comment, share below. Don't. No, I'm not gonna say it. All right. Appreciate it.